Live.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Recognizing that a quorum of commissioners is present, I call the January 12th, 2023 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Roy Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes will be taken by roll call. We have a full agenda today, and I will generally summarize. We'll start with opening comments from commissioners, approval of 2 sets of minutes, and a report from the executive director. I anticipate taking a brief break once this report is finished. Then we'll proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 5 change of ownership application recommendations, 19 provisional license recommendations, 12 final license recommendations, and 101 license renewal recommendations, and 1 responsible vendor training renewal. I then anticipate taking a lunch break. For the latter portion of today's meeting, there are 6 items in the commission discussion and vote section. I'll ask commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the reading to raise their hand to be recognized. And with those initial comments, I will turn things over to commissioners for any comments or updates. I'll ask Commissioner Camargo to make her comments first.
Good morning and thank you, Chair. First of all, it's so nice to be in public and see you all. It's nice to be back. I know a lot of us took some time off. I am recharged, rebooted. I hope everyone is excited for this upcoming year of policymaking to better align our regulations with the industry and its shifting needs, but also to publicly discuss the hard issues. What does the next 5 years of the industry look like? What does public safety, equity, public health, and education look like, as well as the overall well-being of those who grow, sell, and consume in this industry? I'm grateful to all who engaged in the outreach process to create awareness for the Social Equity Advisory Board positions. I'm always trying to educate the public in my role. I always say folks don't know how to get to these roles. So thank you to the appointing authorities for getting the job done and sorting through tons of applications, and congratulations to those appointed to the board. I also want to say to the commissioners, thank you, because we all played a role on this, not just with our legislative vote, but also with the outreach for these positions. So congratulations to all of us. Chair, you said earlier there's a lot on the agenda today. I know the hustle's real, not only for our licensees who are trying to raise capital, get through our licensee process, and through our license process and open their doors, but for our staff who work tireless behind the scenes. Every month, I know we come in here this morning a little tired of all the work, but I reflect on everything we need to do, read, and prepare for these meetings, both internally, right? We have to meet with tons of folks internally with ourselves, externally, and just to prepare for these public meetings. So I really appreciate everyone here and the constituents who engage, right? We get tons of emails, calls, social media hits, and we use it all to prepare for these meetings. So this month I want to shout out, under the direction of our CIE, the Director of Investigations, investigation managers, investigators, compliance officers, Director of Licensing, licensing managers, licensing specialists, our analysts, and our application processor, and our Director of Testing and Laboratory Manager, our Enforcement Counsel, the staff, and the admin and project management team under the direction of the CIE. There's a lot, and I know that they work really hard, so I appreciate them. And I try to give shout outs every month to different folks in different departments. I also want to just say that hopefully folks enjoy Monday. It's a holiday. It's the day we remember the work of Dr. Martin Luther King and his legacy in the civil rights movement. I also want to invite folks to Dr. King's and Miss King's monument in Boston Common this weekend. There's an organization in Boston called Embrace Boston. And I believe they're having tons of events this weekend. It's going to be monumental. And I'll leave us with a quote from Dr. King: "Always fight with love." So thank you for my time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, my fellow commissioners. It's so great to be with you all here in person after doing this remotely for so long. Happy New Year, everybody. As we pivot to the new year, the commission has a full agenda, including regulatory review and drafting, the next social equity cohort, robust community outreach, and the implementation of the new equity law and social equity fund. Over the last month, I've had the opportunity to engage with our friends in the media about different issues, supply chain concerns, and also looking forward to, during the regulatory review period, to have public meetings so we can hear directly from licensees, stakeholders, and constituents about ongoing challenges in the cannabis industry in Massachusetts. I also want to take this time to just share with you on December 16th, we had a special announcement at the Worcester RMV regarding the announcement and implementation of a cannabis impaired driving curriculum. This was over a year of work with my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Stebbins. We had convened a working group and we brought this issue to light. So I want to thank the Baker-Polito administration, the RMV, the Registrar Ogilvie, former Secretary Tesler, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, AAA, and Brown University for their partnership. Again, Massachusetts is leading the way. We are first in the nation, another first for Massachusetts, as this curriculum is being implemented in all 700 driving school locations and 50,000 students a year. We'll now have this safety, prevention and education curriculum. So I want to thank all of our partners, and I look forward to having our discussion around this issue in our vote later today. So Commissioner Camargo, thank you so much for the invitation in Boston in honor of the legacy of Dr. King, and what a special day it is, and we honor his legacy. So thank you so much for that, and thank you for my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. It's great to see my colleagues in person. It was interesting this morning to get up and actually have to dust off a tie to, well, at least I did, to participate in today's meeting. Also just want to send a long Happy New Year greetings and good wishes to our colleague who's not able to join us this morning, Commissioner Concepcion. Like Commissioner Camargo said, I'm excited for the new year. Lots ahead of us, a lot of reg writing, and at the same time as we jump into that, we still need to focus on the day-to-day operations of regulating this industry. So for our team that's going to participate in that, we thank you and realize the additional work that is coming everybody's way. I think all of us, as we've been out and about recently, and I think all of us have been consistent in this message as we've talked to the industry, as we've talked to stakeholders, to say, don't wait until there's official comment periods. You know, weigh in, talk to us now, send us communications, letters, emails. You know, let us know your thoughts on some of the regulatory issues that constantly challenge you as a licensee or you have concerns about as just an individual citizen or stakeholder in this process. We want to hear from you at any point. I also want to congratulate the appointees to the new Social Equity Fund Advisory Board and wish them success as they begin their work. I want to thank former Governor Baker, our new Governor Maura Healey, and the Treasurer for making those nominations and getting that done so quickly before the year was out. One other reminder for commissioners, this month, the executive director is completing his kind of self-assessment and performance review. He'll be returning that to our HR department. That review will then get shared with all of us. And each of us is responsible for completing our own review and assessment. And we need to have those review and assessments back to HR by January 30th. I believe Kate and Grace have added reminders in those dates on our calendars. So I remind you about those and obviously strongly encourage you to meet our agreed upon deadlines. Finally, as Commissioner Camargo said, Monday is Martin Luther King Day. I'm excited at some point about seeing the new sculpture that's going to be on the Boston Common. A couple of years ago, I had the chance to take the trip to DC with my daughter and her school class, and we got to see the incredible monument to Dr. King in Washington, DC. And as you see a lot of his quotes along the walls of that memorial, you realize how those still ring true today. So looking forward to celebrating him and at some point having the chance to see the new monument in Boston. But, yeah.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. You're done. Thank you. I don't think that I have too much more other than to, to echo the comments of my colleagues here. I want to thank you all of you for your continued patience as I continue my sort of onboarding and learning. I like to thank the staff people and the stakeholders who have reached out to me and talked to me. And because Commissioner Camargo thanked everybody except Sean, I would like to thank Sean for, especially being very patient with me and helping me as I continue to learn and move forward. I'm very excited about excited and a little bit nervous about the regulatory process because it is going to be fairly daunting. We're going to be treading into some brave new territories. I'd like to echo what Commissioner Stebbins said in asking folks who do have thoughts about potential changes that we should be considering. As Executive Director Collins has said on more than one occasion, we've sort of been in startup mode. The leadership that Sean has had and the staff that several of whom have been here for, the full 5 years, what they have done is sort of go, set, ready. Set up this industry, make this happen, regulate it. And so now we're at a point where we can make some changes that allow us to continue to maintain the public safety, but also make sure that we are responsive to the needs of stakeholders, to the needs of businesses, and to the needs of potential entrepreneurs, especially those in the equity community. I did want to note Commissioner Concepcion is not here. She does have a personal family issue that she's dealing with, but she asked me to specifically congratulate Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo for completing their full first 2 years of service. So anyway, she wanted me to extend that to all of you and to extend Happy New Year wishes to everyone. So with that, the next item on the agenda is the approval of 2 sets of minutes. The first is the November 10th, 2022 meeting, and the second is the open portion of the December 5th, 2022 meeting. We can do these separately. I'll take first the November 10th, 2022 meeting. Are there any questions or comments about those minutes? Have they reflected? If there isn't, would ask to entertain a motion to accept the minutes from November 10th. Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to make a motion to accept those minutes?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the vote is 4 in favor, none opposed. I'll move on to the second set of minutes, December 5th, 2022, just ensuring that persons are satisfied that reflects the tone and the content of the meeting. Commissioner Camargo, will you offer a motion to adopt those minutes for approval? Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the vote has passed, 4 in favor, none opposed. And now I will turn things over to the Executive Director for his regular update.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's nice to see you all in person as well. Commissioner Stebbins, I apologize for going sans tie. I thought we had coordinated, apparently not. That said, I will begin as I often do and always do, in fact, with some highlights from our licensing portal, Mass CIP, as well as some information from our open data platform. As a reminder to anybody that is joining us remotely or viewing from the web, all of the slides are available on the Commission's website. I'd also encourage anyone to visit our open data platform, play around with it, see the information that is provided. You can certainly learn a lot about the industry, the ebbs and flows of inventory and product, the market conditions, et cetera. So I'd encourage anyone to review that. Also compliments to our team for continuing to evolve that project and ensuring that it is both timely, up to date, but also insightful and informative for the public, as well as certainly us as well as an agency. So that said, the first slide here indicates that there's 4 applications that are awaiting their first review. That's relatively normal. We do tend to review all applications in the first course within a matter of days at this point. Folks may recall that at one point in this agency's history, that could have been a matter of months. So obviously credit to our team and also our systems for allowing us to be far more efficient with those applications as they come in. The first thing we do, and I'll get into this a little bit later perhaps, is evaluate it for a classification. Is it an expedited application, a prioritized application, or a general application? That's that first review in all circumstances. And then we also go through the application in its entirety, making sure that everything is there to deem it complete. If it's not, we would issue an RFI and obviously require or ask the applicant to submit additional or supplemental information. You do have 19 applications before you today for your consideration. Those would be applications for provisional license. Those RFIs that I mentioned just a moment ago, when they're issued, they do come back into the agency. They hit a different queue. That's the supplemental review. You see that there's 27 applications requiring or awaiting a supplemental review. There is no limitation on amounts of times that an application may be reopened. We give folks ample opportunity to perfect that application such that the commission may consider it. Which I think speaks to the volume of applications considered by the agency to date, by the commission to date, but also the fact that folks are finding success. That's because we do not automatically push things through. We give folks opportunities to come back into the system and perfect their applications. And then lastly, you see there's 96,835 certified active patients. Those are folks that are active in our medical program, accessing medicine in Massachusetts today. The next few slides are some high-level data as well. I won't dwell on them, but I'll just briefly go through them. You see that there's 488 entities that have commenced their operations in our marketplace today. That's on the adult use side. That's an increase of 138 over the last calendar year. So an increase of 138 from January of last year. This slide here indicates those that would fall into our Economic Empowerment Program, our SEP program, or DBE. As a reminder, DBE is a program managed by the Supplier Diversity Office, and specifically pursuant to our regulations, it's women-owned, minority-owned, and veteran-owned businesses. In this slide, on this table, you'd like to advance downward. That is to go from a pre-cert or delivery endorsement micro business all the way down to commence operations. So we want folks to progress downward here. I highlight in the middle there those provisionally approved or provisional licenses as obviously a significant concentration of those licenses, but previously I mentioned as well that how folks advance downward from that phase of licensing is typically through capital, typically through attaining access to capital, getting sources of funds, and then obviously building out your facility. You would not receive a final license from the commission having not built out a facility that could have been inspected. And so obviously that is a hindrance. It's a hurdle that folks have to overcome. Obviously, commissioners spoke earlier this morning about the developments, certainly on the state level relative to the Social Equity Trust Fund, which is an important development, exciting development, of course, but obviously necessary too. But the traditional capital markets still are, never mind for SEP or EEA or DBE businesses, but for all businesses in cannabis, is typically a challenging marketplace to compete in. And also, I think as of recently, it's kind of dried up even more. And obviously, it's expensive. So again, I just flagged that for consideration or for conversation. And it's something that on this slide we'll continue to monitor going forward. I can pause there if there's any questions or comments.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I see that 28 economic empowerment have commenced operations. How many were designated that status?
I believe it was 122, I believe, individuals and entities, kind of a combination of individual and entities.
Okay, so we still have work to do to get these folks to the end zone.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would dispute that.
Yeah, thank you.
I should note too that that's 28 licenses that may not be of the folks may have multiple licenses that qualify as EEA too. So it might be even worse potentially. Yeah. I mentioned earlier the classification of licenses. So that's the first review that our staff would undertake, is to determine, is this license an expedited applicant, a priority applicant, which would supersede all applicants, or a general applicant. That just a further breakdown here, you see that the majority of applicants, 659, are general applicants, but a significant amount, 609, are expedited. On the right-hand side table, you see the breakdown of what or how folks are expedited. It's certainly by license type, for instance, in limited example, micro business, outdoor cultivation, independent testing lab, et cetera. Participant of the social equity program, DBE, again, that's women-owned, veteran-owned, and minority-owned businesses. And pleasantly surprised that folks are actually applying, or achieving that status based on multiple categories. So they may be a specific license type plus a social equity applicant, and perhaps even a disadvantaged business enterprise. So. This slide here is, in fact, if I had to choose a favorite, probably my favorite slide. One, perhaps because of the density. There's a lot of information to be gleaned out of this slide. And I do try to highlight certain cells in this table that I think are pertinent or relevant or insightful. And obviously, all of the data here is significant, especially if you are one of the applicants that represents data in this table. If you are a marijuana retailer that has submitted your application, you are very interested in the fact that you are one of 62 pending applications before this agency. At the same time, I can go through each cell and give you some context. I don't think you have the patience for that. I may not have the endurance for that. So instead, I just highlight some cells that I think are interesting or pertinent. Obviously, highlighting the delivery success as far as progressing through licensing, you see that there's 9 couriers that have commenced their operations in our marketplace, as well as 4 delivery operators. You also have a number of applications on your agenda today that would advance folks in this slide. So I think that's just an interesting and obviously compelling data point to monitor going forward. I noted previously too that delivery operator has surpassed courier as far as applicant interest. We shouldn't be surprised by that, given the availability or the opportunities that the delivery operator license has over a courier license. At the same time, it's worth monitoring going forward if there's continued interest in that courier license. All of them, the courier must be affiliated with a retailer, whereas the delivery operator may wholesale and even white label their inventory and deliver to consumers in the Commonwealth. I want to spend some time today too on the cultivation licenses. I know there's been a lot of discussion around market saturation, supply chain issues, and obviously it's worth noting. Normally I bring slides forward for you on a monthly basis that I haven't talked about in a while, but I think it's worth, I talked about this license type recently. I think it's worth just talking about a little bit further and digging further into. And what I'll share with you is really observations that are mine. I don't know that it's necessarily I think there's policy considerations embedded in it, but again, I want to just caveat it that they're observations. Obviously, price reduction is a significant concern amongst operators. I should note that it's really a concern of licensees and operators in our space, because price reduction also means that access to medicine is less expensive, that the product available on retail shelves is less expensive. There's obviously therefore considerations on tax revenue that are worth noting, that our tax revenue is tied to the price of cannabis, especially the sales price. There is no tax, of course, on medical. That said, the margins for operators are therefore tighter. Bearing in mind that the capital markets I noted, especially in the context of SEP, EEA, et cetera, are tight, and also that, the capital markets are not always accessible, and if they are, they're incredibly expensive. That was true a number of years ago when folks were building out their businesses, planning out their businesses, and they were expecting certain margins to operate on. When the market shifts and fluctuates as it has, that's obviously going to impact folks' margins. In I hate to call it a normal business, like cannabis is and should be seen as a normal business. In more traditional businesses, when there's a certain saturation point in the marketplace, and I'm not suggesting by any means that there is a saturation point today, but when there is a saturation point in a marketplace, that market is able to consolidate, and folks may then be, for instance, acquired. That's, again, in a normal or more traditional market, that's typically what happens. We know here in Massachusetts that the opportunity to consolidate goes through a regulatory process. Changes must be considered and approved by this body, the commission. But we also have limitations on licenses. And the limitations are both on the volume. You may have 3 of each license type, so 3 cultivation, 3 product manufacturing, 3 retail, 3 MTC. But we also cap canopy. at 100,000 square feet of canopy. So for instance, if you are an 80,000 square foot cultivator and the opportunity to acquire a 40,000 square foot cultivator may come up, you would have to relegate your tier downward. It becomes a bit more complicated from a regulatory standpoint. I think it's just worth noting that because I think there's traditional challenges that are also now unique to Massachusetts. And if you were inspired to go and acquire, say, a smaller operator or a competitor, those capital markets are still an issue. You still need to go into the capital market. You may have to borrow. And again, that traditional capital market is not available. I also want to note for certainly commissioners, this is not a unique issue to Massachusetts. This is not something, as I talk to my peers across the country, this is a nationwide issue. Capital is certainly, it's sitting on the sidelines, so to speak. Belts are getting tightened across this industry. Folks are starting to evaluate everything from legal, government affairs, marketing, advertising, et cetera, and just really, again, tightening their belts. And that's not isolated or limited to Massachusetts. There's other market pressures worth noting. Certainly the New York market coming online as it has. Connecticut, same thing. Rhode Island as well. And obviously, I think at this point, New Hampshire kind of stands alone as the only state having not approved adult use. And we'll see how long that takes to react and evolve there. So that those are additional pressures that I'm sure this marketplace is experiencing. I'm not pessimistic, despite what I've just shared with you. This is not a pessimistic observation by any means, because I do believe that cannabis as a marketplace still has a ton of potential. It also, I think there's capital that is sitting on the sidelines that's more than anxious to jump in. And obviously some of that pressure is going to be related to federal protections and the lack of it at this point. And also I think some of the evolution at certainly in the congressional level, the federal level, there's just a lot of moving pieces. But I would describe that the cannabis industry, in my opinion, is kind of sitting as a bit of a rocket ship from a capital standpoint that's just waiting for some sort of tinder that could, or some sort of spark that could ignite it. So again, there's traditional pressures that any market would face. There's regulatory elements that I think are unique to cannabis. Again, those cap limitations, the canopy limitations. But you also have 99 cultivators operating in our space today. Another 20 final licenses, some of whom maybe, and again, getting a final license in a cultivation context means you've built out your facility. You are ready to go. And I think it's if I'm not mistaken, the next slide. One of the things that's come up in our these discussions is what can the commission do? We have in our regulations the ability, obviously, to relegate certain tiers, to relegate a cultivator downward. That is a regulatory allowance. That is something that is built into our regulations. So obviously licensees know that's a possibility. What I want to share with you here, though, is, and I brought this slide up previously as well, you see that 63% this is total licenses. This isn't just commence operations. This is all applications. Are tiers 3 or smaller. There's really not a lot of space, therefore, to relegate downward. So going from a 10,000 square foot facility to a 5,000 square foot facility doesn't do much as far as production necessarily, but 13% are going to be in that tier 11 or tier 9 to tier 11. So there's insight that this could obviously provide.
Excuse me, Sean, can I just, so I'm looking at that 63% is the number of actual licenses. Do you have a figure for what is produced from, is that license number? Or is, I'm trying to figure out what's getting produced where, what percentage of that 13%, what percentage of the market are they, bringing?
I don't have it available for you this morning.
I'd just be interested in that.
It's something that it's worth analyzing. What we do have too, and that's an important point too, is that let's use a tier 3 cultivator as an example. It authorizes, that's a 10,000 square foot swing.
Yeah.
So a tier 3 cultivator could be at 12,000 square feet of canopy as opposed to the 20,000. They have the maximum capability to go up to 20,000. It does mean that they've either built the 20,000 or that the full 20,000 is active. I think that's an important point. So thank you for triggering that thought for me as well. And the other element I guess I want to, in this example, is that in our regulations, of course, you must have demonstrated certain product movement, certain wholesale activity. If an entity is vertically integrated, they can wholesale to themselves. If an entity is standalone, they can wholesale to another licensee. So in thinking about what could or should be done in that vein, I just think it's worth observing some of the unique market challenges that Massachusetts has where an entity could wholesale to itself to satisfy that movement but a standalone cultivator is going to face even additional challenges that they don't have that luxury, so to speak. And so I think there's just I hate to say to you that nothing is simple, but I think all of you have come to know, especially in the cannabis space, there's nothing simple, there's nothing necessarily straightforward. But this is something that if nothing else, I want to convey to you, we're aware of, we're monitoring, and obviously we look forward to working alongside commissioners as you hear from folks to figure out what, if anything, is a possibility for the commission to do. But also I would just say it's not simple. And obviously if you're a consumer or a patient, access to cheaper medicine or product is probably not something you're going to complain too much about. Of utmost concern to us in that context too is quality, making sure that the product remains safe.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Thank you for just bringing up medical patients and medicine. I just want to bring the attention of the issue of reciprocity to this commission. States that recognize Massachusetts patients are Arizona, Arkansas, Hawaii, Maine, Michigan, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Puerto Rico, Rhode Island, Utah, and Washington, D.C. recognize our medical patients and their medical patient cards. Maybe perhaps this commission can look into reciprocity. As you mentioned, Rhode Island has come online, Connecticut, New York, Maine, maybe reciprocity between the Northeast states where our prices are cheaper than the states that have just come online. And if medical patients can, their cards can be recognized in Massachusetts, I will say for the record, I am for reciprocity for this, and maybe this is something we can look into to increase access regionally. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'll continue. I neglected to, in the previous slide, I neglected to identify other license types. I think I spent enough time probably badgering you about this, my favorite slide. So I apologize. I appreciate your indulgence in that moment. But I guess advancing further in the slides, and I also want to make sure that we get to, you have a full agenda today, so I want to be mindful or respectful of that. The last few slides on data, there's 100 entities that have commenced their operations on the medical side. That's a stagnant or that number hasn't budged in, I think, the past 2 meetings. I previously noted for you that we've approved as an agency, as the commission, the Cannabis Control Commission, that is, 51 entities during the course of our jurisdiction, our enjoyment of overseeing the medical program. So we've more than doubled the medical capacity in Massachusetts. Previously noted too that all counties have access or service from a medical marijuana treatment center. I see that on the right-hand side, you see there's 102,000 certified patients. I mentioned earlier 96,835 certified active patients. The distinction there, of course, is that those certified active patients have gone into our system, registered, and gotten their access cards. Those certified patients have a certification on file with the commission, but they've not yet, and perhaps haven't or won't go in and actually register themselves with that program. There's a big gap there. You see that's about 6,000 or so people, give or take. So worth probing a bit further into, are folks not aware that they have to go in and certify or register themselves with our program? So I created, just out loud, I apologize to our staff, I just created more work for us and them, but I think it's worth probing a bit further. I also want to flag, as I often have in the past, the active caregivers. You see that number is 7,602. That's a decrease of 92. Wanting to make sure that caregivers have a viable and meaningful access to our medical program, and that they play an important key support function to our patients, and ensure that they maintain and continue to have access to that as well.
Commissioner Camargo? Yeah.
I think, Mr. Executive Director, maybe in the future it would be great to have, and maybe we add it to the agenda, a presentation around active caregivers, the process, how do you do it, who are they, have we heard from them? I'm so curious. I know we see them every month, and I've heard a lot, but it would be great to just really understand what does it mean to be an active caregiver.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, could you explain to us the regulation around nurse practitioners that have to fall under a prescribing physician? And was that a lift and shift from DPH, or could you just share a little insight into that regulation? Thank you.
Sure. So that, as you know, there are medical doctors, nurse practitioners, certified nurse practitioners, as well as physician assistants are able to register or certify patients for the program. I am loath to call it a prescription, despite the fact that if it looks like a duck and walks like a duck, it is apparently a certification. So nurse practitioners are able to participate in our program historically, and I think Commissioner Roy, you're right, as part of the shift of the program from the jurisdiction of DPH, it did require that nurse practitioners operate under a supervising position. That is a regulatory requirement of our program. State law, however, does allow nurse practitioners to operate independently. And so that is it's a quirk in our regulations. However, it is a regulation. So it's a policy choice made by this board. Not saying this composition of the board, to be clear, but it is a regulation that's in effect today, despite the fact that state law under certain circumstances allows nurse practitioners through scope of practice to operate independently. It's why you often, if you were to visit, say, a Minute Clinic or a ReadyMed or one of those urgent care clinics, you're more often probably going to be seen by a nurse practitioner, perhaps a physician assistant, they do enjoy prescribing authority. So obviously, I think that's, we have had a number of nurse practitioners come forward, seek a waiver of that regulation. I hope the commission understands or appreciates that I believe my jurisdiction, my authority is limited. If there's declared public policy by this board, it's not my place to waive it. It's not my authority to waive it for a whole class of people. Individuals must demonstrate a specific undue hardship unto them, their license or their practice. And so that has been a topic that's come up as of late, and it's something that I would anticipate commissioners will likely consider as part of a regulatory process.
And thank you, Sean. And you and I had talked about this, and this is our job now. You know, this is not something that the executive director can unilaterally do, and this is something that I'm actually quite interested in promoting during our regulatory rewrite process. So, you know, and again, most people who are watching this today understand that we're doing that, and this is one of those things that, you know, making this consistent with the law. The state law in terms of their scope of practice, I think makes a lot of sense. But I think that Sean raises an important point about how we have to, even though the regulation may be amended, we still have to abide by those regulations. Commissioner Roy?
I was just going to say that that nurse practitioners are able to prescribe narcotics or opioids, but not cannabis. So maybe this is something we really need to look into as a body.
Yeah, I think it's something that we'll be addressing in the regulatory process. So thanks.
And to clarify, though, they may prescribe cannabis today, but under the supervising physician capacity.
Thank you for clarifying.
So what I want to think, if you see a nurse practitioner in your telehealth visit, they are able to certify patients. But I think it's also, and you'll hear later too in the context of presenting goals for the calendar year, that obviously I think the medical program has a lot of utility going forward and has an opportunity for evolution going forward, but also expanding, and this has come up previously in commission discussions, expanding or really getting a sense of what the proper ratio from providers to patients should or ought to be. How do we attract or promote the opportunity that prescribing or again, certifying cannabis use presents for providers, and making sure that we have more providers in our system to meet the needs of those 102,000 certified patients. I have just a one update for you, and then I will actually turn a portion of my presentation over to our CFAO, Adriana Leone, who will present an update to you on our operating budget for FY fiscal year 23. This here is just an update for you relative. I mentioned previously that the Department of Agricultural Resources, and obviously my gratitude to Commissioner LeBeau and his team for they've really taken the issue of pesticides. I should note too, they enjoy exclusive jurisdiction over the use of pesticides in Massachusetts. That's true in any context, not just cannabis. So if you are growing any crop, any commercial crop or anything of that nature and applying a pesticide, MDAR would enjoy jurisdiction over the application and use of those chemicals. That's again also true for cannabis. So they recently put out a policy that actually does allow for certain pesticide use on cannabis. It's got to meet certain criteria briefly, but not completely. That criteria is applicable or labeled for use on hemp, which is of course legal federally, as well as tobacco. It must, in order for it to be used, it must be approved for use on both of those agricultural products, hemp and tobacco. Both are going to have an acceptable use or a certain tolerance of, an application use or concentration. It must be the lower of the two. And also there are a number of other things. Obviously, the label is the law, so to speak, in cannabis and obviously for pesticides especially. In conversations with MDAR, they are planning on doing some webinars and providing as much information to our licensees as possible. I do provide a link here on the FAQs and other information that they've put out that is available on their website. We're happy to share it with anybody and provide it as well. And once we get final details on the dates of those, I suspect it'll likely occur in February. We will encourage any and all of our licensees and all of our growers, indoor, outdoor, et cetera, to attend those webinars. And we look forward to continuing working with MDAR to implement that. And again, I'm grateful personally to Commissioner LeBeau and his team for moving the needle on this and doing the work that they've done. But we are getting questions about what is allowed, what is not. And obviously MDAR is best equipped to answer them, but rather than just ping pong folks between us and MDAR, we want to give them as much information and provide them the opportunity to address MDAR directly. So again, those webinars I think will be really valuable. And once we have final details, we'll encourage all of our licensees to attend.
Commissioner Roy?
Do you think they would, I would think it would be of value for commissioners to maybe take, and our investigators maybe to watch these webinars?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo?
Sean, just an operational question. You said we will share details with licensees and encourage them to attend. So will we send this out sort of on a newsletter? How would we get this out to our licensees?
How we most often communicate with licensees directly is through metric bulletins. Because every licensee has a login through metric. And so we issue bulletins most often through there. It also ensures that when they do log in, it's the first thing that they see. So, and obviously those that are asking questions of us, those licensees, I should note, they have access to an assigned investigator and they would have that information as well when that becomes available. So.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What about our independent testing labs? Should they take this webinar? And also, how does this affect their testing?
Again, any licensee, so independent testing labs being a licensee should attend this information. An interesting point that came up through a conversation with MDAR is that many of our licensees took a very firm, and I appreciate this, a firm policy of we're not going to use anything on plants, whether it be pesticide, any chemical whatsoever, we're not going to use. With this new policy, folks are starting to wonder, well, now that I haven't used anything, what can I use? So there's some folks that may have interacted with MDAR in the past and said, well, is this chemical okay, but not that chemical? There's some that have just taken a firm policy of the safest thing is nothing. And so therefore the experience level or the awareness level amongst licensees varies. And so I would encourage anybody to take it. And I think, Commissioner, to your point, if it's an hour of your time or 2 hours of your time, it's going to be well spent. So as far as the second part of your question, as far as the what happens to our labs, I think that's a fair question as far as that detection. So limits of detection are going to be significant. What is the limit that is assigned to either tobacco or hemp, and which is the lower of the two? That's going to become the evolution there. And I know our director of testing is eagerly and looking forward to working collaboratively with MDAR to get that out to our licensees, to our independent testing labs specifically.
And if I can just echo your comments, Director Collins, I've had now a couple of different calls with Commissioner LeBeau, and I also want to thank the MDAR folks. This is one of those things where things can fall through the cracks. We have federal issue, we have state issue, we have our regulatory, task, and I just want to applaud Director Collins for working to really close the sort of communications gap between us and MDAR and making sure that we're responsive both to the industry but also for public safety. So this joint webinar that we hope to sponsor with them, I think it's going to answer a lot of questions for people. So I want to applaud you for, taking the lead on that.
That's the last of my commission update slides. I think I have some hiring updates later on, but between now and then, I have the pleasure of introducing you, or you know her well, our CFAO, Adriana Leone, who will provide a quarterly budget update. As a reminder, this is and I appreciate Commissioner Camargo, your leadership on this, and bringing more information, not just to the commission, but to the public regarding our spending against budget, but also just this is good habit, good practice. And again, I appreciate and commend Commissioner Camargo in the capacity as treasurer for working collaboratively with Adriana and our team to make sure that you have access to this information in a regular way. So Adriana, it looks like I can see you. Good morning and welcome virtually to our in-person gathering.
Awesome, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So yes, like Sean said, this is a new component of our ongoing improvement of the commission's budget process. It's intended to provide the commission with insight on our budget execution performance through each quarter. And as Sean mentioned, the executive director mentioned, this is a new process developed in coordination with Commissioner Camargo in her capacity as treasurer. So I want to thank her for that. This is the first update we will be providing for this fiscal year. It will cover spending between July 1st through December 31st. So technically, it's the first 2 quarters of the fiscal year. And as noted in the slide, we will be doing these updates about every 3 months for fiscal year 23. The final FY23 update will occur in September. That's when we do the closeout summary of our entire fiscal year performance. So I think for fiscal year 24, it'll follow the same sort of pattern every 3 months, likely starting in October 2023. All right, next slide. In terms of our FY23 year-to-date spending at a high level, our total budget as approved by the governor and the legislature is $19.22 million. Through December 31st, 2022, we've spent $6.85 million of this budget, which is, as noted on the slide, 35.6% of the total budget. This reflects both payroll and non-payroll spending. The slide makes a differentiation, or at least specifies exactly what payroll spending is covered, because it's not exactly through December 31st, given the way paychecks are spent. But it does reflect any payments dispersed to vendors, the vendors that we work with for goods and services through December 31st. So over the next few slides, I will be going into more detail within our 2 line items here, C&V operations and medical use of marijuana. But before I go into it, I will just like to note that you'll note that not everything is 50%, which is not alarming. It's pretty normal. Not all of our expenses are incurred evenly every month. Some spending is pretty variable month to month. Some departments within our agency have completed projects already by the fall and winter. Others still have things in the works for the second half of the year. So you'll see that everything is not exactly at a 50%. Any questions before I continue?
Please go on.
All right, next slide, please. All right, so in this first slide, it's just our C&B operations line item. The darker bar is our actual year-to-date spending. The lighter bar is our available budget, again, based on what the legislature and governor approved. And the dollar amounts are reflected in thousands, which might not be immediately obvious. So admin year-to-date spending, for example, is $124,900, while payroll is $3.8 million. So just to get into more of the nitty-gritty of each category, admin expenses, this category is kind of a catch-all for all our office equipment, office supplies, subscriptions, other sort of miscellaneous services. As I just mentioned, actual year-to-date spending, again, through December 31st is $124,000. And it's about $227,000 below our available budget. And kind of like I referenced before, the gap is really reflective of timing dynamics. So within this category, we pay for our monthly leases for our printers every month. It's the same amount. That by itself is 50% at this point, but at the same time, there are other expenses that still have not yet been incurred. For example, just last week, we received our invoice from the Cannabis Regulators Association for $10,000. That's not in there yet. It's a one-time cost, not a 12-month cost. So that explains that dynamic there. In terms of consultants and contractors, this covers all of our non-IT services, including our background check vendor, translation services, and the governance contract. This also covers procurements that are still in the works, including the plans for workforce planning development, workforce planning analysis, and financial investigations. Actual year-to-date spending is around $685,000 below budgeted. As mentioned before, some vendors invoice us on a monthly or quarterly basis, while others do based on the number of hours that they provide services or the timing of deliverables, which again is going to vary depending on the type of service and the type of contract. But based on current plans for the second half of the year, I would expect to see an uptick in our spending, at least by Q4, if not earlier. In terms of IT, this category includes all of our IT hardware and software. So everything from laptops, cell phones, AV equipment that everyone is benefiting from in the office today, internet providers and consultants. This category also includes our seat to sale vendor, Metric, and our licensing system vendor, JD Software. Monthly charges in this category are pretty much on track. I think as the year progresses, there are plans to spend more on equipment and enhancements to our IT infrastructure. So again, I'd expect to see an increase later on in the year for this category. Office space is probably the only category that is actually 50% because it pretty much just encompasses our office leases. So we pay that month to month. We've paid 6 months so far through December 31st, so it's exactly half of our budget at this point for that. In terms of payroll, this is salaries and fringe. So it includes everyone on staff and everyone who's been hired since July 1st, 2022 within this line item. I think HR has probably onboarded at least more than 20 new people, and several staff have also been promoted within the commission, which is great. And over the next 6 months of 2023, there are also lots of positions to fill still in investigations, enforcement, IT, and communications. So again, I'd expect to see that number increase. In terms of the social equity program, this includes the contract for the social equity training and technical assistance program, as well as any sort of related efforts for outreach, advertising, and other services. So through the end of December, the commission spent $143,000 on a contract with Greenlight Business Solutions to provide training and technical assistance to SEP participants in cohort 3. As a reminder, the first half of the cohort 3 spending was incurred in FY22, so this is the second half. In addition, there's a plan to roll out an advanced curriculum through this vendor for the winter and spring. So that spending, which is around $58,000, will be reflected by Q4. In addition, we've also spent around $15,000 on our work with Archipelago Strategies. This is a one-time contract to develop evergreen materials to support SDP program enrollment and a more effective understanding of our equity efforts. And in terms of the rest of the gap, just to provide more context, there's roughly $200,000 for a promotional effort to raise awareness for equity provisions and the SEP program during the enrollment period in spring 2023, as well as $60,000 to support community outreach efforts. Both of those things have yet to happen. So again, it's not reflected here, but should be reflected by Q4. And then lastly on this slide, we've also got the category of vehicles, which really encompasses everything from our vehicles that we lease through the Office of Vehicle Management, as well as any related costs like parking, fuel, and maintenance to make sure that fleet is running properly. And we also spend a portion on short-term rentals through Enterprise. For the most part, this category is on track. Sorry.
Adriana, hold on. Commissioner Roy has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Adriana. My question is around payroll. I'm wondering if the commissioners could get an update, whether it's quarterly, on retirements, people who leave, attrition, because if we approve, let's say, a dozen new investigators and 4 leave and we hire 12, like, are we net 12? Plus 12 at the end. So I don't know if there's a way to generate a report that we could be updated on who is leaving, who is retiring, and are we filling those positions plus in addition to the ones we approved? I don't know if that's a Sean question or an Adriana question. Thank you.
I'll just respond before I can't really tell if Sean's going to say something. Should I wait? Go ahead.
Well, I'm curious to see what you're going to say now. So.
Okay. Well, go
I'll
ahead.
defer to you for the moment.
I would say, when folks leave the commission, from a budgeting standpoint, we make sure to budget for a backfill. So if an investigator leaves, we've already added a backfill to replace them, hopefully within this fiscal year. In terms of an actual report, I think I'd have to defer to HR and their ability to come up with that data.
So what Adriana said was consistent along the lines of what I was going to add, and it's actually to evolve even further or pivot a little bit further. One of the things that Adriana mentioned too is the payroll, adding new positions. Some of those positions are in fact internal promotions. Folks are applying for and seeking employment in different departments. So for instance, a licensing specialist becoming an investigator, while wonderful for that staff, and we're really excited and grateful that they'd like to grow here at the agency, it also does create a backfill. And I think that's where then Director Potvin's team would look to fill that backfill as soon as humanly possible to make sure that the capacity is there. So that's why you may also see some fluctuation. As far as the report, I'll work with Justin, our Director of HR, to see what's possible as far as individual instances and when that may occur. But I also would just note that a departure from a department is not necessarily a departure from the agency, which is, again, that's great that folks are looking to grow here. But it does create a vacancy. In the past, what we've been successful at doing is, and I think, Commissioner, to your point, if we're hiring a pool of investigators, is how big is that pool? And if we're looking to hire 12, but we have 2 vacancies, now it's a 14, we're looking to, could the pool support 14 new hires? And it really comes down to what is in that pool for available applicants. So that's where it just may not be as clean or cut and dry, but I think the question is a fair one. And it's probably something, I guess, expect to hear from Justin, and I will probably come ensure that we can meet those expectations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for asking that question, Superintendent.
Can I just ask a quick question? Because I'm still trying to sort of get into the sort of, more granular level of understanding how our money's spent. And Commissioner Camargo, I'd love to be joining you as long as I'm not violating any open meeting rules, but, for any of these opportunities to sort of get a more granular understanding. So one question I had is, how many cars do we have and what do we use them for? I don't know. I mean, I knew what they did at the lottery. I don't know what they do here. So if I could get a little context on that.
Well, we're not selling things like the lottery, so that's a good thing. We don't have sales agents running around or even maintenance staff running around fixing those former big blue bins.
Those giant things that go up the side of a mountain.
Yeah, well, we may have cannabis in a car in the event of an investigation or inspection. So our vehicles are assigned at this point to investigators, investigative staff who are doing field inspections. And so that's the typical, the use, as Adriana noted too. We do use short-term rentals through Enterprise. The biggest challenge we've experienced in the past 2 years, I would say, is access to vehicles. Much like all supply chain issues, vehicles are really front and center. If anyone's tried to buy or lease a vehicle anywhere in the country in the past couple of years, if you can get it, it is going to be expensive. And obviously we as a Commonwealth, so as Adriana noted too, we go through the Office of Vehicle Management. They've had a heck of a time getting vehicles and access to vehicles. So that's really the basis for that enterprise, is to ensure that we at least have that opportunity. But we have budgeted for, and I think there's an active kind of procurement statewide that we're enjoying. I don't know, Adriana, if you have any insight into specific details as far as volume, but that's what we use them for, is the field inspections.
I just like to know the sort of ballpark number. Again, this sort of, again, obviously some of my context is from the lottery, and I know that they're actually wrapping their own cars. They pay to advertise, so maybe we can get a deal with the lottery to wrap our cars and advertise the new $50 game that they have coming up. But I don't know. So that's what I'm just saying.
I guess
I'm only half kidding, by the way. Yeah.
My preference would be discreet, more nondescript, perhaps not a billboard, but maybe the "How's my driving" sticker.
Yeah, right, exactly.
But
Just ballpark, what do you think the number is? I mean, how many?
Actually, I'll see if Adriana has direct insight. I don't want to guesstimate for you.
And I do know that we want everything to be anonymous. So I'm like it.
I am just checking because I don't remember the number right off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to get that
Yeah.
right now. I just
18. Sorry.
Okay,
18
thank
cars.
you. Yeah, thanks.
And we would love, again, the intention is to acquire more. Another element of that is also shifting some of our approach to vehicles. We do have a number of investigators Some are obviously in the field more often than others, but also making sure that ability to access vehicles is shared around the agency. We do have outreach staff, folks that are engaging out in the field that are not investigators. And so this really needs to be an agency-wide effort with an agency-wide policy, and perhaps kind of that motor pool mentality of access to vehicles that, the other thing and this is just a kind of a personal anecdote, I don't want to acquire vehicles to have them sit either. So I want to make sure we're being responsible about that too. And I trust, by the way, if we had 25 vehicles, 30 vehicles, we'd have use for them for sure.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. That's good context. I appreciate that. Sorry to take a little detour there. Thanks. Go ahead, Adriana, if you want to continue.
Yes, thank you. Next slide, please. So this really just provides you more of a percentage-based view into our spending. So like I said, office space is clearly 50%. Most of the other categories are not really at 50%, but as I explained, there are various reasons why these numbers look the way they do. So if there aren't any questions on this one, I'll move on to the medical line item.
Thank you. I don't see anyone raising their hand. Go ahead.
All right, next slide, please. So in terms of our medical line item, it's smaller and there's also fewer categories here. But like in our operations line item, there's also an admin bucket. So this covers everything from office supplies, office equipment. This year we also had assumed $20,000 for our budget for a scanning project based on a similar project that we undertook in FY20. That ended up being much smaller. I think $2,700 in total. So clearly that number needs to be adjusted a little bit here. In terms of consultants and contractors, like in our C&B operations line item, this also covers financial investigations, translations, as well as procurements, including the lab testing procurement, which has still not been awarded. So without a contract in place, there's no spending. And in addition to that, there are, just looking at my notes here, there are other procurements that are still in the early stages of development or have been posted, but there is not yet contract. So again, hopefully by Q4, we'll see that number reach that $609,000 figure. In terms of IT, this also includes hardware and software expenses, as well as the cost of the patient portal, which we contract through with JD Software, as well as badges for patients, caregivers, and providers. And actually, the badges are the largest expenditure in IT within this line item. We budgeted $850,000 for this purpose. Through the end of December, we spent $280,000, which is fairly in line with last year's spending when we spent around $297,000 through the end of December. And for the whole year, we spent $787,000. So I think we'll see that number again creep up by the end of the year. And in addition, like in the other categories, there's other IT spending that hasn't occurred quite yet, either because the procurement is still underway or a contract has just been signed or will be signed. For example, we just signed a contract with Ring Central for our telephone services. So even the contract is in place, we haven't actually expended anything yet, but hopefully by next quarter's report, you'll see that number in here. Moving on to payroll, just as in the operations line item, this also includes salaries and fringe. And like the other line item, there's still some positions that have not yet been filled, or maybe they have been hired, but they haven't actually started. So we haven't actually incurred any payroll expenses. So for example, I know that there are 2, I believe, constituent service associates slated to be joining our team this year. And then lastly, vehicles. In this line item, this is primarily our short-term rental vehicles through Enterprise. I think similar to our admin expenses, we probably over budgeted here based on FY20, FY21 spending. So I think looking at this number and our FY22 number, it probably makes sense to bring it down a little bit, probably down to 10,000 if I had to guess.
So Commissioner Roy has a question and I'll have a comment after that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, Adriana and Mr. Executive Director, is around community outreach strategy in a communication strategy around the medical program. We talk about the inequity of the ratio of 100,000 certified patients and just 400 providers. Do we have a strategy, or could we talk about a strategy for outreach to healthcare providers as well as education to patients? I know personally, I have created a PowerPoint and I've gone around to educate older Americans on how to become a medical patient, or to Commissioner Camargo's point, how a personal caregiver, certified caregiver becomes a certified caregiver. I am one. So I just don't see anything in these line items around communication or community outreach or any of that strategy, or does that fall back into the general operational budget?
I can start. Perhaps I see that Cedric has joined as well, our Chief Communications Officer. This is a timely topic, so thank you, Commissioner. I guess I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I do have a proposed goal for you later that would entail a very specific objective in conducting that exact outreach. So I guess perhaps it would be a combination of fiscal 23, fiscal 24. I'm also suspecting, or I would imagine, that outreach can take on any number of forms where I'm not suggesting by any means that there is not an available budget. I think what you see from Adriana's presentation is there's some flexibility in various accounts that we could find resources if necessary. But even if that were a limitation, I don't think that would stop us from doing outreach and probably being either creative for it or going and seeking and securing any additional funds. But again, I guess I don't want to assume anything. I'm happy to have that conversation later as well and get your feedback on a proposed goal, but it sounds like our thinking is very much aligned. So.
And one of the comments that I want to make, and I've raised this with Director Collins, in talking about one of the significant costs of this medical program is the cost of plastic cards. And I've asked, can we reduce the use of plastic? We were making fun of my H&M jacket, which talking about the textiles that get into trash heaps, looking at whether or not we can actually save some money because we no longer charge medical patients to get these cards. Some people may want to have that piece of plastic in their wallet for any number of reasons, but this I've asked the staff to take a look at whether or not do we need a regulatory change. If there's no mandate in the law, can we make this an optional choice for people to use the license that they're already provided by the RMV? There are some technical issues around that, but it is something that I've asked the staff to take a look at, whether or not we can make the plastic cards themselves and the cost of that, if we could reduce that by making that an optional thing. Again, always allowing someone who thinks that having that extra piece of plastic helps them in whatever situation, that's fine. So anyway, I just have asked them. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, what about an app on your phone, right? That's paperless. Just a thought.
Matt?
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think actually, Commissioner Roy, to your point, there are a number of jurisdictions and not specific to cannabis, but states that are shifting to digital licenses, et cetera. So obviously, the other thing we want to make sure we're accommodating is folks that may not have access to that level of technology. So I think, Chair, to your point, that conversation is certainly ripe. I know that agents inside facilities are also, they basically have the accordion wallets of agent registrations as well. That's been an issue over time where each and every license you're affiliated with must have a separate distinct agent registration. So the plastic printing and the cost of that hardware, the badges themselves, the number of things that the agency has done historically over time is increasing the frequency with which we print those badges, make sure that they get to folks timely. We do leverage, and anyone that is working in the industry, any patient that's in the industry will recognize a very familiar badge design that is produced by our driver's license company. The Commonwealth, I think, saves money, obviously, by us using that statewide contract. But I think, Commissioner Roy, specifically your point, that is a very relevant and timely conversation, and I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility. It's really, I think, Chair, I appreciate your sentiment too, that some folks, though, in maintaining that plastic badge, for them, it is a sense of security.
It's an equity issue. Yep.
It absolutely is an equity issue. But also equity from a standpoint too of folks that may not have access to that ready technology,
right,
and want to make sure that they have that. I can just think of folks in my life that are always going to take they're going to take their receipt. They're going to make sure that they get everything kind of in that paper form. And I respect
I will
that.
blaspheme my youngest sister. She, I think, is the last person in state government who still gets a paper paycheck.
And there are other folks that appreciate.
And I was the treasurer who made us all go online. So it's sort of a little embarrassing to me, but she hangs on. So
As far as outreach is concerned too, I did note that Cedric Sinclair is, I see that he's come on camera. I don't know if he wanted to add anything relative to the outreach effort.
please.
To be responsive.
Sure, yeah, and you largely covered the primary points, Sean. However, the various buckets that Adriana went over that are within the social equity programming community outreach team's budget does include outreach support. So we can rent spaces, have conference shows and booths, and do community outreach of from a number of constituents. Really, and you provided great perspective that this may be about timing within the fiscal year. I think this spring will largely be focused on doing outreach around the equity program and engagement with some of our government officials and municipalities. Turning into the next fiscal year, that's really we have some capacity to do outreach to other constituents, and I certainly think the patient community would be amongst that. Recently, the Human Resources Department supported my team in doing a search for a manager of community outreach. We're closing out on those decisions, but that role will certainly provide additional capacity to really develop that full year's calendar for outreach initiatives and when we're doing engagement with various stakeholders.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you so much, Cedric. I'm making a request publicly that a table cover, I don't know if the one exists, for that says Cannabis Control Commission, if we could order a few of those, and palm cards, how to become a certified medical patient, how to become a certified caregiver. So when commissioners or staff are out in the community, say at a health and wellness fair, we have the tools that we need to be able to effectively communicate these programs to caregivers, to clinicians, and to patients. So that's
And if I could I just would like to add to that. So in the spirit of also reducing trash, and again, I keep calling it erroneously a QVC code, but developing QR codes, that I think that the communications team, that this is something that we need to take a longer term strategy on. One, getting that information so we can share it with the different constituencies that we're meeting with, but also how do we connect stakeholders, different stakeholders or potential stakeholders to information, that we will have on our website or information, that goes to specific documents. So I'd like to see what you're talking about, but I'd also like to see if we can overlap that with a way to, a number of times and I think I raised this before, you have often asked for licensees as a as a precondition that there is greater education around what they're selling to consumers. I think that thinking about that communication, the communications that we have in essence privatized on the part of the licensees, can we be thinking about how to make it more consistent, but also make it more easily accessible through the use of QR codes that maybe we manage. So anyway, that's kind of a longer term. Commissioner Stebbins? Yeah,
I would just echo that. And I think at some point, Cedric and I had a conversation this about using that QRC code.
Thank you for saying it correctly. Don't.
So our information stays current. One thing that I want us to explore in the regs is when we look at consumer information, separating out what is completely the licensee's requirements and responsibilities as it relates to their product, and things that we want to show around safety, around use, connecting things to our More About MJ campaign. So I would agree with you. I'm glad we can explore that as we move ahead.
Yeah. Commissioner Camargo? Yeah. Sorry, Cedric. Let's let her finish and then we'll get back to you. Thank you.
No, thank you. I just want to say, in the spirit of your request and comment, I just want to share with the public that, and I think I can, is that you do a lot of outreach. Yeah. And you've been doing a lot of outreach to senior citizen centers. You're taking the time, you're having coffee and mingling with them and educating them. And I kid around, but I'm always saying this to you. I appreciate the PowerPoint that Mary Alice and you put together to really educate folks. And I think sometimes people don't really understand what our job is. There's a lot of roles that we play in this job, but also I think all of us come with different expertise, right? And you and I have talked about this. We do a lot of community outreach. I speak Spanish. You know, I would love to do more stuff, and I've talked to the communications teams about just, you know, using my second language, right, to be able to speak to folks, especially older folks who are still looking at cannabis as saying, what are we doing here, right? So I just want to say thank you, and I keep saying we got to get that PowerPoint, which you have given me access to, but I think when you talk about tools, I think we should put that officially as a tool for all of us to use. But I just want to say to you publicly, thank you, because I think sometimes we do forget about our older Americans. And you'll be surprised. You know, they're also patients and they're also consumers recreationally. So I just want to say that.
Thank you,
Our
Commissioner.
older citizens grew up in the 60s and 70s. I think that they're a prime target audience for us to, you know, show them
Absolutely.
different uses for the products.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy, and I appreciate your comments on that. So Cedric, if you'd like to.
Sure, I was just going to close out and say much of the requests are already in place or in process through various projects. So to Commissioner Roy, we do have a robust set of community outreach equipment, including booths, tablecloths, rack cards, etc. Certainly interested in working more closely with the medical use marijuana program and developing some new rack cards to develop outreach materials targeted to the patient community. But beyond that, some of the suggestions are regulatory in nature. And so happy to continue working with the chair and Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy and others as we go into the regulatory process to take a look at some of those other opportunities noted.
All right. I guess, are we, Adriana, do you have additional you want to share with us at this point?
Yes, just one more slide. Again, just the next slide, please. Just the view based on percentages of spending. And I also just wanted to make a correction to my earlier statement. It's 15 vehicles, not 18 vehicles that we've leased through the Office of Vehicle Management. So with that, I conclude my presentation. If there are any other questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you. I just have comments that I was saving to the end. Adriana, first of all, thank you. Muchísimas gracias. And because we've been having this conversation on how to be more transparent when it comes to our budget, even for us as commissioners, right? And having this conversation, knowing where the spending's at, what are we doing so that at the end of the year, we're not saying, you know, why didn't we spend or why did we overspend? So I really appreciate you working with me as a treasurer in this role to put this together. So thank you so much for being patient and all my questions and me being nitpicky also about the PowerPoint so that we're educating the public. But so I wanted to say that. The other piece of it too is I also wanted to point out the opportunities for vendors, right? So again, I'm an educator, right, and a regulator, but folks don't know how to access contracts at the Cannabis Control Commission. We all know this. We're trying to make sure that there's more diversity within, you know, everything, right, in the world, but specifically at the Cannabis Control Commission in terms of contracts and vendors. And I know that there's stuff that sometimes is hard to reach. I know that we have a new procurement officer who's going to be working with us and the public to just sort of educate folks. So I just want to, you know, folks who are listening and people who are in this industry to ask questions, you know, feel free to ask us, you know, what contracts are up, what's coming up. I know it's very difficult for us to provide feedback to every single vendor who doesn't get a contract. So I just want to put that out there. I know I put stuff on my LinkedIn all the time.
If I could just respond to that comment, and we do have a new procurement director, Dan Billings, and I had a great conversation with him. He's a great hire and very excited to see what he does. But he's actually got some ideas about how to sort of in advance have communications with potential vendors, because sometimes we have some needs that don't necessarily fall, you know, in the sort of traditional combis. It's not just paper, it's not just cards, it's not just, you know, whatever. It's some very, very specific services and sometimes very, very specific technology that's, you know, pertinent only to cannabis. And you know what I mean? So I was thrilled to get a chance to meet him, and he's done a great job, you know, working in the administration, but I think he's going to do a great job for us doing exactly what you're saying, which is communicating preemptive or prospectively with potential vendors to make sure that people know in the future what some of the things are that we might need. So
Absolutely.
thank you for pointing that.
Wait, I'm not done. I got one more.
Sorry. I just wanted on this issue. Do you want to talk on this issue or do you want to finish what you?
I want to finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And then my last point, because I wrote it all down, so I got to get it out.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. The other thing is really to our team and our staff. You know, I know that at times there's different departments and things that have to happen with invoices and contracts, you know, so I would encourage our team, our leadership to, you know, spend the time. I know this place is busy. But, you know, I would really encourage folks to look at that because, you know, the bigger we get and the longer this industry is around, especially in Massachusetts, like, you know, I think folks don't really understand sometimes the process that happens at the State House for us to be able to get this money and to be able to be fiscally responsible. So I really encourage our staff to talk to each other and across teams, you know, what invoices left, what contracts haven't been signed, Sean, what's sitting on your desk, what needs to get out, you know, all those things. So I really encourage staff to do that. And I guess my last in closing, Adriana, thank you. And I know today we're going to have a conversation around the treasurer and secretary role, and I'm throwing my name in the hat again for one more year. So if I am, then I am. And I look forward to continuing to working with you and all these processes and with the commissioners. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thanks. Just want to jump in and add my kudos also to Dan as well. As Commissioner Camargo highlighted, for those of us not familiar with combis, it's a pretty complicated process, even for very sophisticated respondents for contracts and grants. I had a couple of emails coming in from people interested in some of our current procurement postings. We're like, I just can't get through to combis. I can't figure it out. And even though we acknowledge blackout periods during the bidding process and things like that, Dan was quick to reach out to some of those folks and help them navigate it again to the point of where we can help somebody and not hit into the lockout or the closeout period. But yeah, kudos to him for jumping on those. And again, we want to be helpful to anybody looking to contract with us. And sometimes combis is not the easiest way to get it done. So
go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Treasurer Camargo. And thank you, Adriana, for making this so easy to digest, all of this information. We appreciate it so much and the transparency around it. My question, and Commissioner Stebbins kind of touched on it. Mr. Executive Director, could you explain the blackout period, what that is and how it impacts commissioners if we seem non-responsive? There is a blackout period.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Chair, if I may. And Adriana, correct me too, by all means jump in. She may have some more kind of intimate dealings with the blackout period, but I'm glad that Commissioner Stebbins, I'm glad you raised it. Commissioner Roy, thank you for the question. It's really when we go out to procure something, we want to make sure the integrity of that process is preserved such that no respondent, no bid has any competitive advantage over anybody else. And so that we may maintain an objective evaluation period, but also an objective evaluation process such that we can score and ultimately select the most responsive and best bid for us as an agency, but also again for the Commonwealth. And so once we do issue that procurement, notice is distributed around the entire agency. That it does include commissioners, it includes me. It also includes anyone that might, of course, be on that team that's evaluating those bids. But obviously there's going to be vendors, there's going to be businesses that are curious to learn, can you explain exactly what you're looking for? Can you what's your budget for this? There's going to be a lot of questions that may come in. Agencies are afforded an ability to have somebody, I guess, identified in the agency to respond to those questions. But again, the objective is that we maintain the integrity and the purity of that response to make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity to respond, bid, and hopefully be successful in their endeavor to do business with the Commonwealth and with our agency. So, Adrian, I don't know if you want to add more to that, but it's really the quote blackout period is ultimately that if someone ends up in my inbox, I unfortunately, and I think commissioners, you're right, I would unfortunately not be in a position to respond, given that depending on the contract price or obviously the source of the contract, whether it's a statewide contract or an open bid, We want to make sure that ultimately we're protecting that process. So, Adriana, did I cover everything, or did I miss anything, or did I screw up at all?
You covered it perfectly. I just wanted to add that the State Procurement Office, OSD, Operational Services Division, also offers trainings to any potential vendors. I know it's confusing, but that is a resource available on the Combi's website. And thank you everyone for all the props to Dan Billings on my team. And also, I just wanted to say thanks to Commissioner Camargo for all the nice things she said. So thank you.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a kind of a follow-up question regarding vendors. So when we go through the renewals and we go through the positive impact plans, so many of them put that they want to contract with, like, through the supplier diversity office and have veteran-owned businesses and minority-owned business and women-owned businesses to satisfy their positive impact plan. Do we have that link? I'm sure we do. I just don't know, on our website, or how do our licensees easily access the supplier diversity office list so they can help fulfill their positive impact plans?
I defer to you.
I mean, you want to answer, go ahead. I was going to help you out, but go ahead.
Please.
No, go.
I need to put my foot in my mouth. That's all right.
No, we're kidding. No, I was going to say, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins and I worked on our diversity guidance, and it's on there. We added it as part of the link, but I don't know if you had any other answer.
Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins worked on a diversity guidance, and the link is on there.
So is it just on the guide?
Yeah, yeah.
Is there anywhere else on our website that it could be
at
accessed?
Anywhere else on the website, but it is definitely there.
If I was just going to say, if I can just, in the conversation that I had with Dan Billings, one of the things that he actually is hoping to do is to expand access to information about bidding and, anticipatory, work. So again, this is why I was very impressed with some of the stuff he done, and he's already working on it. Folks have already, Anne Marie has already gotten back to me saying this is on our list of to-do things. So that is going to be moving forward. Sorry.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
No, I would just add, when we did that diversity guidance, there was that kind of evolution or adjusting period, but I would say within 3 or 4 months after we approved the final version of that guidance, you started to see that slip into diversity plans. It was our hiring goals, and we want to and some of that extends not only just to people to supply paper or marketing services or ancillary services. A lot of that was help me find somebody who's a DBE who's registered as another licensee. So we're glad it had the intended effect, but that's a great place to find a link.
And I want to thank Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo. I know you guys put a lot of time, energy, and effort into that document, and it's great to see it being utilized. So thank you so much for all your effort.
And an incredible team that worked on that with us. Oof.
Anything else?
I think that concludes Adriana's portion. So thank you. My thanks to Adriana, of course, for all that she and her team do. I also just internally, of course, May Wynn, our budget director, is responsible for a lot of this work as well. She's actually instituted as well quarterly meetings with department heads internally to make sure that if there's any needs or questions, that they understand their spending against their plans. And again, I think that's going to be really powerful and impactful, just a precedent to set. So that's underway now, and just giving folks an update on, here's where you're at, but also insight into, in response, do you still plan on meeting some of these objectives? And also, I think Commissioner Camargo, to your point, are your contracts and your invoices, are you on top of those as well?
What do you need?
Exactly. Yeah. And I just to note too, I don't know if there's anything on my desk, but I will double check to see if there's anything that needs to shift off of my desk. My last, I believe it's 2 slides for your consideration, just a hiring update. These are routine and typical, but it also speaks to volume. So 1 constituent service associate, a fiscal specialist, 2 fiscal specialists, excuse me, to join Adriana's team, a manager of community outreach, as Cedric had indicated earlier, as well as a manager of equity programming and strategic partnerships. Those were all in a final candidate stage. So we are in the interview process, but also very near the end of that interview process and identifying candidates to join our team. We also have a number of postings or screenings that are ongoing too, relative to a legal assistant, hopefully a number of laboratory and testing analysts, a press secretary for the commission, as well as a desktop support analyst to join our IT team. And then a number of positions that are open right now. I would encourage, and this is an important aspect, so if anyone at home is listening, if you like what you're hearing about the work that we're doing here at this agency, or if there's obviously any interest in joining our team, I would encourage everyone to review our current postings. That is, one is an office manager, a director of IT security, a director of IT and security operations, a project coordinator for our investigations and enforcement team, policy analyst, and lastly, but certainly not least, an enforcement paralegal. And as I noted earlier too, some of these are vacancies created by internal promotions, which are wonderful to see. And obviously, we're also expanding our team. I often feel this kind of dual or conflicted excitement for our staff, but also somewhat frustration of we post these positions to add to our bandwidth, to add to our headcount, to get more folks in to help move this ship forward. And ship, I should clarify in case someone didn't pick that, move the ship forward. And the intention obviously is to just add to our team and our dynamic. And when folks internally apply for and obviously, again, grateful to their interest, secure those positions, it does create a backfill that we then must fill that need elsewhere across the agency. So we are hiring at a feverish pace, but obviously trying to be manageable about it. But again, the part that I often dwell on, probably unfortunately, is, okay, now we must fill. We still need to hire. So it's one of those things, hiring is going to be a continuing process for us over time, especially as we settle and continue to build our agency. But glad that folks are interested in growing here at this agency too and finding career ladders.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, can you clarify the constituent service associate? Is that on the medical side? And what is some of the responsibilities of that position?
So our constituent service associates, there's an evolution there. The origins of our constituent service operation stem from, at one point, all constituent services for cannabis in Massachusetts were patient related. So there was a patient, so I'm looking for a patient support center. We've evolved that, pivoted that, and I think broadened that to be an overall agency-wide constituent service operation. So predominantly, I would argue, and again, this is guesstimate, it's probably 85 to 90% of the inquiries that come in or phone calls that come in are going to be from patients or providers navigating our systems or just with questions. But the constituent service operation and the growth, and I think the vision for that shop, especially under the leadership of Kathy Oliver Jones, our Director of Constituent Services, as well as Alyssa Stack, our Chief Operating Officer, is to support any inquiry that comes through the door. And I guess I'll share briefly, and thank you for the opening, although as unintended as it may have been. My vision for that role of that shop is that they can triage anywhere in the agency. So if a question comes in from an agent of a facility, our constituent service operation would know, okay, this is a question more appropriate for licensing, this is a question more appropriate for an investigator, and go into, and later on I'll talk about our dynamic system, go into that system, assign that task out, and ensure that somebody gets a response from this agency. That response could come back to the constituent service associate, or maybe assigned out as a kind of a ticket, ultimately to a different department. But again, ensuring that cycle of responsiveness. So it did, I guess back to your question, it started as a patient-centric approach, but it's evolved now to an agency-wide, and I hope, an industry-wide effort.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you very much, and that's exciting to hear. My question is, and I know at some point we're going to have a really robust discussion around this, but what about the 50,000 registered agents, the workers? Can they call this line and get a human being if they have a concern for workplace safety or worker concern that they can share with the commission? Because you said this is kind of all encompassing, or is this something we need a separate department or as we tackle this subject?
Could I just tee that up before you respond, Mr. Director? And this is, I was going to wait, but I think that this is an appropriate time because I think we're talking about, Sean's vision for staffing up and being more responsive, to the public. We have heard, the large newspapers, we've all, received, petitions about what we're doing to protect worker safety. We've all, as commissioners, had individual conversations with the executive director, who has been, very sensitive to what is going on here. I had asked him if he would give sort of a brief understanding, because as an agency, we have certain limitations about what we are and are not equipped to do. And I think that Sean has taken a very strong leadership position in terms of, communicating with, closing the gap, in terms of worker safety on premises, working with OSHA. And so I'd ask Sean if you would just sort of give a brief description of what we've been doing to try to close some of those gaps, some of the opportunities that we're trying to promote to increase worker safety. So anyway, Sean, if you could just sort of give a brief description. We're not fully done examining this issue on how we can play a role connecting people to the right resources and the right agency. But if you could just talk about that a little bit, Sean, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Mr. Executive Director, she said brief, and I don't know how brief you will be, but I need a restroom break.
Oh, okay.
I'm happy to come.
Would you like to make a motion that we take a 15-minute break?
Yes. I make
I-
a motion that we make a 15-minute break.
I am happy to do that.
Gladly second.
I'll take a roll call. The roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins? Chair enthusiastically votes yes. It is 4 in favor, 0. And in 15 minutes, we will be back. So.
I've done that in public. Sean, brief.
Ever so.
Right, it appears we're back. Right, calling us back to order. Executive Director Collins, if you could just give us a little bit of a update on some of what's been going on and what's planned.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Roy, for your question. Just for folks that may have missed it or for context, the Commissioner Roy's question was through the lens of constituent services, but the specific question was, will workers, agents, et cetera, as far as if they have concerns about the functioning of a facility or anything that they may observe inside a facility, could they also utilize that same approach? And then obviously, Chair, you brought into question or the topic to say worker safety is a central theme and tenet and concern of this agency, and obviously something that we do take seriously, and it's obviously something that is of interest now, previously, and moving forward. I know to commissioners, obviously, in speaking with all of you, I know it is of interest to our staff and obviously of interest to the public, but especially of interest to agents that are working inside facilities. And I would hope operators of those facilities as far as how they're caring for their employees. I guess a number of things that I'll just indicate off the out of the gate. And obviously, Commissioner Camargo, I'm reminded that you indicated the request is for a brief response. So bear with me, or I appreciate the indulgence. I'll endeavor to be brief, but I want to make sure it's a substantive response to the questions, but also hopefully sincerely reflects the concern of our agency. And I just personally, that it reflects the concerns that I hope I'm able to convey also through our team to the commission, that this is something they take seriously as well. There is any number of ways that anybody can interact with this agency, and it's something I think we pride ourselves on. First, we do try to present and be sure that we are available as a digital agency, so anyone is free. We have a number of I guess so-called mailboxes that folks can respond or submit something to. Obviously, commission@CCC Mass is a central staffed mailbox that anybody can send any inquiry into. And I guess this kind of speaks to my earlier response to Commissioner Roy. Our constituent service staff, they're the ones responsible for that mailbox. So through there, any inquiry can come in, and it may be a general inquiry. It could be an inquiry from a city or town, but specifically any agent or an employee or any concerned landlord or any board of health, et cetera, may interact with that mailbox. But that's not the only way. And of course, it's sometimes difficult for folks to, inside of a facility. I can only imagine the pressures of I need to, for all intents and purposes, whistleblow on a facility. That takes courage. And it's something, first and foremost, let me identify and acknowledge, it does take courage. And a whistleblower, though, to be clear, does not have to be currently employed by a facility. It could be observations during employment. In some cases, I'm aware of instances that it was initiated through, I used to work at the facility. I no longer do for any number of reasons. And again, as much as we could endeavor to protect the identity of an individual, we cannot guarantee. We have to investigate these things. And sometimes that would include taking a statement or a witness statement, et cetera. And obviously, if it rises to the level of representing a potential enforcement action, we want to make sure that the Commonwealth, through the commission, has every opportunity to hold folks accountable. I'll also share, and it is available on our website for anyone that is interested, our main phone number, which is 774-415-0200. Again, that's 774-415-0200. That is answered by a human being who is more than happy to take that information down and ensure that someone is able to follow up on it. In each and every instance where someone may be reporting or sharing an observation, a concern, whatever it might be, we do feel a burden and an obligation to follow up on that. So obviously, it's important that folks leave us their contact information. So if you were to call after hours, it would afford you the ability, to leave a voicemail. The important thing in that voicemail is give us as much information or detail as possible that empowers us to then properly follow up. And obviously, if you expect a response from us, please make sure you give us the information we would need in order to do that. And Chair, you touched on the other thing. We have a general contact form as well on our website that folks can fill out. And obviously something that is worth considering and potentially building out is a specific contact form relative to complaints or other. And that's kind of brainstorming. And thinking about ways we can specify or again, target what information folks might want to make available to us. We've also worked very collaboratively and closely over, I would say, the past number of years, but certainly recently through OSHA, which is the federal agency, the occupational, I always forget, it's Safety and Health Agency through the federal government under the Department of Labor. We've worked collaboratively with them, again, on a number of cases, and it's something that is evolving and developing. And I would also argue and acknowledge that I think OSHA's expertise in cannabis specifically is developing. And it's something that some of the concerns that they've identified are evolving. They're learning as much as they can. We're trying to share as much as we can, but likewise, we're learning from them. They are the far and above the workplace safety standard. They literally set the standards, but then they also enforce those standards. Across the entire industry, this is something that we need to be sensitive to. Obviously, recent events and issues that have been covered extensively in the press, outside of them being true human tragedies. They are a concern that needs to be followed up on. They are a concern that needs to be investigated thoroughly, but it's not unfortunately isolated. It's something that I think is a growing concern across the country, which is the unknowns associated with these facilities. But also, again, the entire supply chain is something that needs to be of a workplace safety concern. That includes cultivation, that includes processing. There are dangerous chemicals involved. There's equipment, heavy equipment involved. And these are things that I think need to be managed, run, and ultimately occupied by experts in their field, but experts that are properly trained, experts that are properly cared for with the proper safety equipment, and all those types of things. Our regulations at this point currently, they speak to compliance with OSHA standards. And so if folks do not comply with OSHA standards, that would in effect be a violation of our regulations. Similarly, our regulations require that each and every facility, each and every licensee that comes across this commission's desk have, as part of their traditional SOPs, a whistleblower policy that protects individuals that might want to report information either to us, and we are happy, depending, again, I think, Chair, you referenced this, what is the scope of our jurisdiction as compared to, say, other jurisdictions, whether it be the local board of health, OSHA, where is their concurrent jurisdiction, where our jurisdiction runs alongside those of other, whether it be, again, local or federal or state, for that matter. The other concern I think that's worth noting here is the environment within which, never mind the work that's going on, so that kind of the processing aspect and any health concerns, the chemicals that are being used. We talked earlier about pesticide application, the dangers that may be associated with applying chemicals to plants, and extractions as well. All of those, I think, bring with them inherent risks that must be properly cautioned against, again, proper safety equipment, et cetera. But we're also working in some instances, and this is not I am grateful for the renaissance that this industry represents for some old buildings. But in reality, these are also old buildings that come with their own unique sets of challenges that folks are working with them. And this is all something I think we as an agency must be mindful of, aware of. And these are things that as we work through and talk through as an agency that are all components of our ongoing or future inquiries. I want to touch briefly though on OSHA and kind of dwell on that for a moment. They do enjoy authority over all private and federal employers. So for instance, we as a state employer would not have too much interaction as an employer with OSHA. But as a private employer, these cannabis businesses being private employers, OSHA does enjoy jurisdiction. OSHA has been kind enough and through the course of investigations, but also since providing training for our staff. We've tried to provide training for them as far as what cannabis is and what we understand it to be. They do have on their, whether it be their websites or through different means, they have the opportunity for complaints to be filed. There are such things as formal complaints that can be filed by employees. Those are things that get documented. And again, they must be, I think, signed by the complainant. There's also informal complaints. Again, a former employee could file a complaint with OSHA. Depending on, of course, the severity of the allegation, et cetera, they do engage the employer. they conduct their own inspections and investigations. I do know that in all instances of a death, they will go in and inspect that facility and conduct an investigation. Again, as I noted too, I think an important element here is the developing expertise that I think all federal agencies have around cannabis. And I would argue too, the developing expertise that we as an agency are building. Things that I would like to see us do moving forward. Again, I mentioned that that specific contact form, if there is a specific complaint, that could capture as much information as possible about the location of the facility, the things that might have been seen or observed, the circumstances around that. Were you an employee? Are you an employee? Obviously, if there's a desire to provide us contact information, as much information as folks can provide us, each and every complaint, I assure you, is followed up on. Interview notes are taken, witness statements are taken, and investigations are conducted. And I have the utmost confidence in our team and their ability to go into facilities, their ability to speak with employees, speak with the employer. We also bear in mind, these are very secure facilities with an abundance of security camera coverage, which we will have ready access to. And so those are things that other industries don't enjoy, frankly. And so those observational qualities that we have, I think, would be of importance going forward as well. Again, I want to make clear to the commission that I hear all of you. I've spoken with all of you. I respect your concerns. I hope that you appreciate that it is a concern, a shared concern of me and our team. But I'm also grateful for your feedback. Obviously, the interest that the public has taken in this. I want to convey to you and through you to the public that concern is shared by me personally. I know I'm never mind confident, I'm certain by our staff, and the quality, the obligations we have as an agency to protect the public is of paramount and central concern for this agency. And that runs through any number of obligations that we have. That is true for quality of product, ensuring that the testing standards that we have are high and that they are met. But then separately, and I think distinctly and importantly in this context, that the employees that go to work in these facilities every day know that they are safe, and that they understand that if they feel as though they are not safe, that they have avenues available to them, and that those avenues do include this commission. Those avenues may include other agencies such as OSHA. And I want folks to know too that if, and this chair I think speaks to your earlier point, if we may not be the primary jurisdiction, we know who is. And then we may be in a position to refer and contact and ensure that that contact is indeed made. But again, I can probably retreat from my soapbox at this point. I do appreciate the question.
Can I step on the soapbox with you just a little bit? Because I do want to, again, we do have avenues for people, whistleblowers, people who may think that there are not adequate, safety standards, workplace safety standards being met. I want to clarify, because this is the conversation that you and I have had on a number of occasions, and this is also true of what we spoke about earlier with MDAR. There are federal rules and regulations which have created hurdles for certain, whether it's, MDAR, a lot of their testing takes place on the UMass campus, which gets millions of dollars in federal funds, and it's still illegal on the federal level. OSHA is still getting, an understanding of the cannabis industry. And so I just want to say, because not everybody knows, what's sort of happening kind of behind the scenes. But, Sean and his team have been regularly speaking with OSHA to talk to them. I still have some concerns about what OSHA is doing in terms of establishing whether or not cannabis dust is a toxic substance. I mean, if you, again, I've had family members who run businesses where there's painting volatile compounds, and OSHA sets standards for that. So I just want folks to know that, one, our team is talking to OSHA, is working to educate them, is working to get us educated, but also we will be bringing this to an even higher level to talk about this as a worker safety standard across the country. That being said, one idea, Mary Alice Curley has come back from her maternity leave, and one of the ideas that she had is that maybe we add whistleblower training to our responsible vendor program. We talk about how we keep the public safe. We don't divert products. We certainly don't provide products for children to minors. This may be something that we, through the communications team and through our, the work that we do with responsible vendors, because what I see is a vulnerable workforce. It's a workforce that not making a lot of money to work in cannabis manufacturing and cultivation, and people who are dependent upon their job, they don't feel necessarily comfortable or confident to be whistleblowers, and it takes a lot of guts to be a whistleblower. So I think that this is something, I appreciate the feedback, but I guess I want those stakeholders to know we're taking this seriously. We're looking at how we improve those avenues for communication. The reason that I wanted to do this around sort of the additional staff for constituent services is to know that a real person will answer the phone, will direct it to the proper person. We in turn will make a determination as to how we handle something like that. So we're doing something right now to increase our responsiveness. We're also doing some things to make sure that OSHA gets better equipped to protect that group of workers, in an area where, frankly, this is illegal on the federal level. It's an awkward gap for many of these agencies when you have the federal government saying this is not legal. So how do you manage that? We've seen that with pesticides. That was a significant issue. So anyway, I just want to applaud you, Sean, for your leadership on this, to make sure that people do understand that we are looking to enhance those pathways for people to be able to report this, for us to either respond properly as a regulatory agency or make sure that OSHA or the health department, but those that are ultimately responsible for managing, measuring, and maintaining those safe workplaces, that we are working to sort of prod that, even if this is illegal on the federal level, that we're working to push, those officials to work more closely with us and communicate more closely with us. So we're not done yet, but I appreciated you. And Commissioner Roy, if you want to make a comment.
Yes, and thank you so much for those comments, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Mr. Executive Director. We all take this so seriously. Public health, public safety, and welfare are paramount, as Mr. Executive Director said. I have a three-part question. You had mentioned the whistleblower SOPs. Is there any provision in our regulations that would require, so when I read through the PPLIs, I will see notices of deficiency for a sign, they don't have the sign up for please wash your hands, or this is a limited access area. We mandate those signs, please wash your hands, limited access area. Do we mandate a whistleblower whistleblower signage, in other words, for employees to see if there is cause? And if we don't, is that something we can look at in the future? I believe, second part of my question is, we've done patient surveys. Is it possible for the commission to, at some point, we have the information of the registered agents, to survey them? And the reasoning behind the survey is to collect information that we could maybe share with OSHA if there is a recurrent theme that we are seeing in these surveys. And my third point is CANRA. I know you meet regularly with the Cannabis Association of National Regulators. Is there something you guys can do collectively to talk about workplace safety and to bring that forward? OSHA is a federal agency, to bring that forward, and like Washington State is doing a cannabis dust asthma study, or they have done, so best practices other states are doing, recommendations through CANRA. At the end of the day, we all want our registered agents to be in a safe workplace. So just three thoughts that I wanted to share.
So thank you, Commissioner. I'll try to take them in order. So first was the whistleblower SOP and the requirement for signage. I don't know that OSHA standards require the signage be posted. If they do, obviously that would be a compliance issue or question for us. I just need to look into that specifically as the signage aspect of that. I do know that much like us as an employer, certain signage is required to be posted. So I'll just have to explore that specifically. The equivalence, I wrote down patient survey, but the question was more specific to registered agents. I'd have to explore the possibility. I don't think it's a bad idea whatsoever. The only quirk I think in our system would be potentially, I know that agents are often registered by the employer. So the access or say the email address on file may in fact be the employer. So that would just be something to work through. I would just need to kind of call or review data. And by I mean someone on our team would have to go and do that. This is a conversation for Canada nationally. I do know that worker safety, and it also comes from a number of perspectives too. And one of the things that we talk about at Canada relatively frequently is ensuring that federal regulators as well as federal policymakers know that there is a perspective to be gained from local state regulators. And so when Congress, for instance, is discussing and debating various legalization efforts, you don't often see a state regulator sitting up at the desk offering their perspective. And I think Canada has done an admirable job. In fact, I think try as they might, you often see industry experts testifying before Congress. You often see any number of licensees in various jurisdictions. You see often the trade groups that are testifying before Congress, but you don't often see someone in your capacity or in my capacity sharing that perspective. So I think it's just, I flag that as a central focus for Canada. And I also give Canada's leadership, especially Jillian Shower, the executive director, a lot of credit for turning the volume up a little bit on that specific point. That said, I do know that we've enjoyed access to various federal agencies, whether it be the FDA, TTB, et cetera. And OSHA is now, I think, a highly relevant agency for us to engage with. So your point is well taken. It's obviously something to be explored. I also want to compliment our staff as well. They've engaged with CANRA and therefore are networking with their peers across the country. And that opportunity presents the ability to then ping somebody in another jurisdiction, and say, what are you guys or what is your team seeing or experiencing? And I just want to compliment especially our local OSHA field offices. So OSHA enjoys regional field offices throughout Massachusetts. There's sort of the Western, Central, and Metro Boston areas. And what they do, obviously, is they're responsible for those inspections. And they've been readily available to us, I think, Chair, to your point, both in a listening posture as well as in a sharing posture. And they also, again, I want to just clarify too for the public, submitting an inquiry to us or submitting anything to us often generates work for us, and we're happy to do that work. I shouldn't say we're happy, we know that's our job to do, and we readily do that. But the other thing that I just want to clarify for the public, especially, is setting expectations, that we will follow up on each and every inquiry, and we will run down every lead. You may not see that activity. And so I think in fairness, I want to give our staff the space and the credit for going forth and again, taking statements, interviewing people. But we know that our burdens are that we must prove things. And so in doing that, we build administrative records, we build cases. And then when those cases are ripe to this and meeting, kind of passing that threshold of a finding, is when we would present something to the commission for that finding. So I just want to be clear that someone submitting a whistleblower complaint to us, if you don't see something a week later, it doesn't mean nothing's happening. Just wanted to clarify that last point.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, if I may. So I just want to say thank you for Sean for that. I'm glad it was not brief.
I thought that was brief.
No, listen, let's be real here. It's timely. And I know, Chairwoman and I had a conversation recently just about having this conversation and possibly bringing it as an item to the agenda, right? And in terms of worker safety, you said something like folks may not see that the activity behind the scenes. And I think that, that's the hard part of these jobs, is that people don't know what we're working on, what our team is doing, who they're speaking to, where they're going. And, when we talked about the budget recently, we talked about cars. And it just brought me back to, I'm glad that we have the cars. I'm glad that we're able to spend, because we got to get our compliance folks and our investigators and folks out to these facilities a lot more to, interact, engage, and just check on, what's happening, right? We're still a new industry. But I also want to say, and I know it's very hard for people to talk about death, but, January 7th was Lorna McMurray's, anniversary of her death. And I think that she will always remind the cannabis industry of the work that needs to be done. So I'm used to talking about death. I worked in the field with many families and survivors, and I know it's difficult. I know there's a lot of legalities happening as well, but I just want to make sure that, I know we're not just talking about that. We're talking about a lot of things that have happened in the industry, and even before her passing and her incident, there was things that we were, talking about before. So I just wanted to bring that so that we don't ignore the reality that someone did pass last year. And I know that maybe, the incident will come up in the next 5 to 10 years, but I think it's just a reminder. And, today is January 12th, and we're back at it again. So I just want to thank everybody for the conversation. And I think it's important because I think folks just sometimes don't understand the behind the scenes. But I also want the public to understand that we are here, we are listening. I know you don't sleep. And I know we take a lot of space in your head. At least I do. I know I'm always at you, but I appreciate it. I know it's very difficult to run this agency, but I know that we're going to figure this stuff out. And having difficult conversations and vulnerable conversations is how we need to do it in order to figure out not just not the safety of our employees, but everything in this industry. So, particularly this issue. So, thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Director, do you have anything else to add to close that up? I appreciate you. And again, I appreciate we sort of, you and I talked about this, and that we, just wanted to address it, that we're not done, but that there are things in motion, and we're hoping that we are going to be creating a better environment for owners, managers, but most importantly, the frontline workers and their families. So thank you. Okay, switch gears here.
Did anybody have predictions on how long we're going to go today? I feel like it's always a thing.
That's right. All right. So we are moving now to staff recommendations on previously remanded license applications. And this is a topic where I will be recusing myself, and I will turn things over to Commissioner Stebbins to chair in my absence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, as you may recall, the commission remanded the matter of this licensee to the commission's investigations and enforcement division staff, and for them to perform a due diligence review of the change of ownership and control application of the licensee and the final license application at our October 13th, 2022 meeting. Today we have before us a staff recommendation for an appropriate application for change of ownership with the corresponding investigative report. Additionally, we have the licensee's application for a final license, which was also remanded at the October meeting so that the two could be considered simultaneously. I just want to remind my two colleagues who will be participating in the discussion of this matter. I believe because the three of us represent a quorum of the commission, we must have a unanimous vote on both the change of ownership and the application for final licensure. That said, I believe we have a number of staff who are joining us, including folks from investigations and enforcement, as well as our general counsel. I'm trying to see everybody on the screen. I don't quite have everybody, and our director of licensing, and I see Noam and Catherine Binkowski, our investigations manager. But I would like to open it up to my colleagues if you have any questions for our team, one, either on the change of ownership application, or two, on the final license application for this applicant.
If I may.
Sure.
Are we expecting a presentation first or just straight questions?
We can lead into questions, it might give the staff the opportunity to respond to, and I mean, we've all seen the material, we've read the material. If we have questions about it, we can certainly address those.
Yeah, I have a question.
But then certainly at the end, we can give an opportunity for our staff to make any points that they wish to raise with us as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Wasn't too sure on the process, so I appreciate you. So yeah, definitely. I just want to say thank you again to the team who was part of this process. You all did a very thorough analysis of this application. I know we had gone back and forth in October. There was a lot of questions, a lot of hard questions, and a lot of unanswered questions. And I think also a lot of confusion at the same time. So I guess I would ask is, can someone explain the process as it relates to the ownership and control of adding and removing both people and entities to our licenses? That would be my question, my first question.
Okay. Mr. Executive Director, I don't know if you want to reply to that or you want to direct somebody on your team to reply to that.
I'll start, and I see that your Director of Licensing, Kyle Potvin, has joined us and is unmuted himself, which is a pretty regular indication of a desire to intervene and perhaps protect me from myself. That said, Commissioner, your question is, and I think it's a relevant one as far as people versus entities. And so people that come into controlling positions, for instance, an entity or an individual that would take a, say, a C-suite level role, but not enjoy equity in that business, so ownership equity, per the regulations may be considered and approved administratively, versus entities that may come into a license through acquisition, so adding equity or increasing equity such that, let's say I was at 8% prior, but I'm infusing additional capital that now brings me to 15%. That too would trigger that control or that evaluation. So again, I see that Director Potvin's there. He and his team are responsible for that application receipt. They get those applications as they come in. And then obviously in a lot of instances where it would require, say, a financial due diligence exploration, there is a very timely, seamless, and I think well orchestrated handoff between Kyle's team and Noam's team. Noam is your Director of Investigations, and her team do those financial investigations. So I certainly will encourage Kyle to speak to that process more in depth, but that's kind of the nuts and bolts. So again, some may be considered and approved administratively. Others, beyond a certain threshold, must come to the commission for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director, and good afternoon, commissioners. First, yes, I would reiterate everything that the Executive Director just said. That is all accurate. Going more so towards the difference between Commissioner Camargo's question, the difference between adding those people or entities or removing those people or entities, there are two separate additional processes or at least policies around that. If a company or a licensee wants to add a person or an entity that meets the commission's regulatory definition of somebody who has ownership and control, that could be that equity stake of 10% or more. It could be, like the Executive Director said, the C-suite officials or business people that are making managerial and operational decisions. Whether that's a person or entity that is seeking to be added, they must request that from the commission. They must submit an application to the commission and receive approval before they can. That could be separated out before going before the commission, or as the Executive Director said, as an administrative process that's been delegated down to him for his consideration. As far as removal of a person or entity, as you can imagine, in an industry that fluctuates just like any other industry, there could be a C-suite individual who, just for some example, a CFO that was previously determined to have control over a license, now finds gainful employment somewhere else, and they are leaving that licensee. That is a notification requirement and not so much an approval requirement. So they are in fact required under the commission's regulations to in fact notify us of that removal, but it's not necessarily something that needs to be approved through a commission meeting or through the Executive Director, as it's outlined for the difference between removing and adding a person. It's just a notification requirement.
Commissioner, anything else? Okay, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Chair Stebbins. It's off. Thank you, Chair Stebbins. I just want to thank the team I know that we had robust conversation in October around this issue and around this licensee, and we remanded it back to you, and we requested more information, and we also requested that you bring both the change of ownership and the final license back to us together. So I want to thank you for that, for doing that today and having this information for us to vote on. Having said that, and I'll ask Mr. Potvin, after thorough due diligence and investigation, for the record and for us as commissioners, for the public, for everyone listening and hearing, can you unequivocally state that Ms. O'Brien holds no ownership stake in Greenfield Greenery so we can put this issue to rest?
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. As you have the investigative report in front of you, it has a finding that Shannon O'Brien, in her personal capacity, does not have an ownership stake over this license any longer.
Thank you.
Any other? Commissioner
Do you have
Camargo?
any questions, Commissioner?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to.
No, I mean, I think it was, no, I appreciate it. I think it was helpful to understand, your analysis was very thorough, and I echo Commissioner Roy's comment in terms of, our October meeting and now understanding. I said in my opening remarks, we have a lot of internal meetings to get ready for this meeting. So it was just very helpful for me to speak to our Director of Investigations, Noam, and one of our investigators, Catherine, as well. I also spoke to our licensing director, Kyle. So I really appreciate you all with this matter. And I just want to say thank you. Derek, I know you're on here as well to participate, but Christine, I also want to say thank you to you on the legal team. I know that a lot of this, cross-pollinates amongst, the CIE's department and your department. So thank you. And I really appreciate the thorough analysis. This stuff is very important and we need to understand it, first of all. So thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to say that having done the due diligence and having the report, that I'm happy to see, if we vote in the affirmative, that we will have another outdoor farmer. In Massachusetts, we have a very finite number of outdoor farmers. They get expedited review. New England is a tough place climate-wise to be able to have outdoor crops. So I'm just grateful that this investigation is brought before us with the conclusion, and we are able to vote on an outdoor farmer.
I should say I agree. There's a farmer involved as well, so, and a licensee. So yes, absolutely.
Okay. If you'll permit me, into the team, I just have, I will also add my thanks, and I'll have a comment about my thanks to all of you for your good work. I have two quick questions, or just two clarifications, if I can ask. In the change of ownership and control overview that's presented to us in the packet, Ms. Stainton is being added as a person having director and direct control. I also understand that her ownership of the business has been diminished to below the required 10%. So can you just clarify, is there still a direct or indirect responsibility or control that she has over this license that I just need some clarification on?
Hi, Commissioners. Hi, everyone. How are you? Yes, so as part of the corrective action in the investigative report, you'll notice that there was a notice of deficiency issued. The change of ownership is requesting that Ms. Staten be added as a controlling individual and an owner. However, due to a corrective action to address deficiencies that were identified, her ownership was brought below the 10%, and her managerial role was resigned. Upon approval of the change of ownership, the licensee would be allowed to conduct that change.
Okay. Anybody else want? I'll jump into my second point. I think what's interesting, and I know we have a number of other changes of ownership applications before us today, that there is a similar example of where you have gone and issued a notice of deficiency. And again, those are issued when there's potential for violation of our regulations. And it is around this, somebody stepping into a role, I think Director Potvin, to your point, somebody who's stepping in either in the C-suite position, stepping into ownership by virtue of obtaining equity that wasn't notified properly to the commission. And, you know, the steps that you have all taken to work not only with one of the other applicants, but with this applicant, is to file the notice of deficiency. So this does happen. And I think I want to use this moment as a teaching example for licensees that are listening to us to help avoid putting you in this certain situation. Again, speaking to what Director Potvin raised, notify us when somebody new is coming on board, ask for that change of ownership. It's helpful not to put yourself in a position of potentially violating our regulations by not taking those steps. It's, you know, we do want to know who some of the new players are with respect to a licensee, who some of the new decision makers are with respect to a licensee. So encourage you to contact your investigator, contact the commission to find out what steps you might need to take, but it's obviously popping its head up. So hopefully using my comments is kind of a teaching moment to remind our licensees to take those necessary and required steps when you're thinking about adding somebody with control, adding an executive who has considerable decision-making authority, as well as somebody who's obtaining equity. So we can hopefully avoid these problems with other licensees going forward. I don't know if there's anything Kyle or anybody else would like to add, but again, also add my appreciation for the work that you all have done.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I don't think we have anything more to add, and appreciate your comments from your fellow commissioners as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Executive Director.
Thank you. And this speaks to, I think, the comment you made. So this is an attempt to be responsive, but perhaps deviate a little bit too. So to your point, this is a notice of deficiency is a common occurrence in our inspectional process, but I think in this example, an investigative process as well. What it does is it notifies the entity or the individuals involved of those identified deficiencies and provide them an opportunity to come forward within 10 days and provide the commission a plan of correction. What are you going to do to correct these deficiencies? First off, those 10 days does not require you to actually correct those things. It requires you to give us a plan to correct those things. Some of those things may be more complicated to either unwind or in kind of in an ownership context, but it also might be you need to go get additional security cameras. You need to produce new signage, whatever the circumstances might be. What is your plan to do that? And then also notify us once those corrections have in fact been implemented. Further though, and I think this is an important element too in the consideration, again, this is not unique to this license or these applications whatsoever. This is a routine matter across the industry, is that when issuing those notices of deficiencies, accepting those plans of corrections, they must be accepted by the agency and usually by that lead investigator who says, I find your plan to be acceptable. Plans of correction may also be rejected, saying that is insufficient to cure the deficiency that was identified. And again, that's a generic example of how it might be deployed across the industry. One thing I want to clarify, though, in the context of the investigative report, it really is assigned to the change of ownership. And you do have before you right now two separate applications. One is for a change of ownership. The second is for that final license. The due diligence that was conducted on this application was relative to the change of ownership. The items that were therefore discovered were during the course of review of that application. And so therefore, the final license that was before you back in October remains the same final license that was before you. And further, in the change of ownership context, it is permission to make that change.
Right.
It does not, in effect, effectuate that change. The entity, so I often refer to it just for kind of a layman's perspective, it's the equivalent of, say, the bank offering or issuing a clear to close. It doesn't close. You have the ability to close. You have our permission to make that change. The entity still must go and effectuate it. So we've had instances where the commission has voted on a change of ownership to approve or authorize that change, and the deal fell through. And therefore that permission, despite having been granted, was never taken advantage of. And so, to your point, Mr. Chairman, the notice aspect, we must also be notified once that change is also effectuated. And so I think, again, I realize I'm answering your question, but not answering your question. I'm using your question to make a point. So thank you for that space.
Okay, thank you. And you bring up a good point. And again, this is around that process of notice of deficiency, the ability of a licensee to correct it and provide a plan of correction. And that was also embedded in the final license application for this licensee. There was, I think, notice of deficiency around security measures that, again, they came back and addressed with us through the final license application process. Again, just a personal note, a personal reflection. Again, a huge shout out and thank you for our staff that undertook the due diligence that we asked them to go back and do in October, on top of, again, all the other license applications, all the other investigations that are on their table as well. I just want to say something from a personal standpoint, and hopefully remind folks out there. And this goes back to something you said, Mr. Executive Director, when we get a complaint and somebody doesn't immediately witness some type of turnaround or response to it. Investigations take time. Investigations require patience, require some diligence, so we can be respectful not only of a licensee's rights, as well as our obligation to protect the safety of the public. I've had experience in investigations where you think you have all the information that you need, but as you move through the investigation, you actually turn over new leaves of information that all play a part in coming to a conclusion. So it gets back to, you know, kind of a mantra here of take our time, do it right, produce something that is complete at the end of the day. So that's not only, you know, I hope a echo of just appreciation for our team, but again, a general reminder to folks out there who might not be familiar with this process or still trying to understand working and operating in a regulated environment, that I hope is the way that we approach all of our investigations, but there's a level of patience that's also required. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And I just want to highlight the complexity of the changes of ownership, which Commissioner Stebbins, you alluded to. It's not a matter of taking off a name or an entity and replacing it with another name or entity. When we read through these, and I want to thank the team, they're unbelievable. Like there's parent companies, there's grandparent companies, there's holding companies, there's trusts. I mean, they're complex, they're convoluted. Massachusetts has the rule of 3, right? And we have cap limits on cultivation, canopy limits, and all of that has to be looked at and considered when we have MSOs coming in. These are really complex investigations in the due diligence that goes into these. So I just want to thank the team. I read them and sometimes I have to read them twice because they're that complicated. So thank you all. And we see more of these now, right? The cannabis industry is maturing. People are selling their businesses, and that happens. You know, it's a free market society. But to keep a safely regulated industry, these need to be looked at thoroughly. So, and they are. So I want to thank you all for that.
I'll just add too that I'm glad that we released the report as well in our public documents, because I think it allows us to educate the public, educate ourselves, but also just folks that may be in a situation, you know, similar, not a similar situation, but you know, maybe dealing with something or questions around some of this stuff. So thank you for the transparency. And again, thank you for all your due diligence, Catherine, Noam, Kyle. I know you guys probably haven't slept in a few weeks, maybe a few months, and Derek and everyone in our team. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you all. And yeah.
Are there any other comments? Okay. Seeing no other comments, I will ask the commissioners for a motion to approve Greenfield Greenery LLC, number 0174-COO-01-0522, change of ownership application. Do I have a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Do the commissioners have any other questions or comments or edits to the extension? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins, I vote aye. The application for ownership change is approved, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Next, I will ask the commissioners for a motion to approve Greenfield Greenery LLC final license application for outdoor cultivation tier 11, application MC 283117. Is there a motion to approve the final license application, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Any questions, comments, or edits to the extension? Okay. Hearing none on the motion that has been made and seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins, I vote aye. Let the record show the motion was approved with 3 voting in favor and 0 opposed. I believe that takes care of the 2 items under remanded license applications. Again, thank you to our team for joining us. Certainly appreciate your good work on this. And I will take a brief delay and we'll invite the chair to resume her chair. Madam Chair, the chair is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see.
Madam Chair.
Let me just get myself. Thanks, everyone. All right. So we're moving to staff recommendations for change of ownership, and I will turn that over to, I don't know who, is it Derek? Okay.
Hi, Derek.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we have 4 proposed changes of ownership for the Commission's consideration, and Commission staff recommend review and decision on the proposed ownership changes before you today. Let's see. First up is the licensee here is CDX Analytics LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 5 individuals and 3 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. So are you getting it? You're not getting into, we're doing this, are we doing these individually?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
all
Chair.
right. Okay, so we will take the first staff recommendation on change of ownership, CDX Analytics LLC. I seek a motion, Commissioner Camargo, to approve this change of ownership.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I hear a second?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show this has passed 4 in favor and 0 opposed. Next to HTC Trinity LLC. Again, I'd entertain a motion, Commissioner Roy.
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and let the record reflect that the vote has been passed 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Next, moving to INSA Incorporated. Again, I'll entertain a motion, Commissioner Stebbins.
Motion to approve change of ownership.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the change of ownership for INSA Incorporated has passed 4 in favor and 0 opposed. And then moving to Northampton Labs LLC change of ownership. Commissioner Camargo, do I hear a motion to support this?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I hear a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the change of ownership for Northampton Labs LLC has passed 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And we are now moving on to staff recommendations on provisional licenses. Is that Derek?
Yes.
Okay, right, sorry.
Chair.
Okay, y'all set? Okay,
Yep, just can we move the presentation forward 1 slide, please? Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Commission, today there are 18 provisional license recommendations for your consideration, including 5 delivery applications. Enforcement would also like to note this group of provisional licenses also includes 6 social equity participants, 1 economic empowerment applicant, and 2 disadvantaged business enterprises. Commission staff do therefore recommend review and decision on these provisional licenses. The first applicant we have here is Apotho Therapeutics Dartmouth, Inc., doing business as Apotho Therapeutics. The proposed location is 757 State Road, located in Dartmouth, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana cultivation license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you today.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, I'm looking here. So I know that Commissioner Roy, so in terms of Apotho Therapeutics of Dartmouth, MCN 283298 cultivation tier 2 indoors. I have a condition from Commissioner Roy. Will you read that?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. For Apotho Therapeutics, Dartmouth, Inc., MCN 283298, cultivation tier 2 indoor. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little confused here because I have another, is this, I have an additional list of conditions.
For the retail, I have one for the retail.
Okay, no, but this is, I'm just trying to figure out who this is from. Anyway.
That's from me.
That's from you. Okay, so this one is numbered, so it's just easier for me to track. That's okay. So anyway, I will then seek a motion, including the conditions offered by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, I seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Apotho Therapeutics.
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
I do it. And I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. I'll let the record reflect that 4 in favor, none opposed to support the provisional license of Apotho Therapeutics of Dartmouth. Next, Apotho Therapeutics Dartmouth, doing business as Apotho Therapeutics, and this is MRN 283521 retail. I will accept, and you do have a condition on that, Commissioner Roy.
Did Mr. Chamberlain read it?
I thought he read. Did you read both, Derek? I'm sorry.
No, Chair, sorry.
Okay,
just
all right,
for
sorry, go ahead.
clarification here, these 2 are not co-located, so because of that,
Okay, I
they're
beg your pardon.
presented
Okay.
individually.
Yep, thank you. Sorry about that.
Sure. So at this time, the applicant here is Apotho Therapeutics Dartmouth, Inc., doing business as Apotho Therapeutics. The proposed location is 747 State Road, located in Dartmouth, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana cultivation license and receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Roy, you have a condition?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For Apotho Therapeutics Dartmouth, Inc., MRN 283521 retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. I will, Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion, including your conditions, to approve the provisional retail license for Apotho Therapeutics Dartmouth, MRN 283521.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
I will take roll call. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that Apotho Therapeutics Dartmouth retail provisional license has been approved, 4 in favor and none opposed. Thanks, Derek. If you want to move on to Be Well Organic.
Certainly, the application here is Be Well Organic Medicine Incorporated. The proposed location is 17 Broad Street, located in Merrimack, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license and receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. And therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I believe you have a condition for Be Well Organic.
For Be Well Organic Medicine, Inc., MRN 284729 retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll entertain a motion to approve the license for Be Well Organic Medicine, MRN 284729, with the condition as outlined by Commissioner Roy.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do I hear a second?
Second.
I will take the roll call. Commissioner Camargo? Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the motion to support the provisional license of Be Well Organic has passed, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And then we're going now to CNA Stores, Inc.
Yep, the applicant here is CNA Stores, Inc. Proposed location is 70 Von Hillern Street, located in Boston, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license and they received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. And with that, I believe Commissioner Stebbins has a condition.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 conditions for CNA Stores. The first one is as follows. Prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider any strategy for designated area of disproportionate impact and host community of Boston, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11 to the CCC Licensing Division. The second condition is prior to final application for licensure, review diversity plan and consider any strategy for designated area of disproportionate impact and host community of Boston, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K to the CCC Licensing Division. Just a quick explanation going through the material. I think they recognize the importance of their positive impact plan and importance of their diversity plan, but there's just a couple references, I believe, to a community where they have another location, which is, I believe, the city of Haverhill. So just looking for clarification for that. And again, obviously, being in a designated community of disproportionate impact and their host community, invite them to consider any strategies, both through their positive impact plan or diversity plan, to impact the city of Boston.
Okay, thank you. I seek a motion to approve the provisional license of CNA Stores, Inc., MRN 283460 retail, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
I will take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo?
I'll just say a quick comment too. I just want to just give them kudos also for their mentorship program that they've developed throughout their positive impact plan. So, and with that, an aye.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Record reflect that in 4 in favor, 0 opposed. CNA Stores Inc. Retail is passed for provisional license. And then we're moving on to N-Light Cannabis Dispensary.
The applicant here is N-Light Cannabis Dispensary LLC. The proposed location is 459 Main Street, located in Springfield, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. And therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, and I have 2 conditions that are being offered by commissioners. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For N-Light Cannabis Dispensary LLC, MRN 284651 Retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, you also have a condition?
Sure. And first, Madam Chair, I want to one of the applicants or one of the principals in this application, Mr. Peter Picknelly, is somebody who just my years of living in Springfield I'm familiar with. He runs one of the larger employers in the city of Springfield, so I'm happy to just discuss that and at the same point feel that I can still objectively consider this application. My condition or proposed condition for N-Light Cannabis Dispensary is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and their eligibility to support your activities in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K. Just for clarification, we see this occasionally where a licensee talks about their interest in working with one of the state's mass hire centers. It's still my understanding that the mass hire centers, because they are supported with federal funds, aren't allowed to support the activities of a cannabis licensee. So that's kind of the direction of the condition, just for clarification.
Okay, thank you. Hearing that, I will seek a motion to approve the provisional license for N-Light Cannabis Dispensary LLC MRN 284651, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy. With that, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the recommendation on provisional licenses passes. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And moving on to en route home delivery.
Yep, the applicant here is En route Home Delivery LLC. The proposed location is 415-417 Blue Hill Avenue, located in Boston, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license, and they received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. And therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Stebbins has a condition he'd like to add.
For in good, hang on, just.
I have one. On that.
Oh, no, Commissioner Roy, I beg your pardon. I'm
Yeah.
getting my two.
Okay.
Commissioner Roy has one. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I read my condition, I just want to explain why I create this condition. Today we have, I believe it's 4 marijuana delivery operators, and which is great to see. And as the executive director pointed out, that license type seems to be more in demand than the courier. And within our regulations around this license type, specifically 935 CMR 500-146.5, it is required for delivery operators to have consumer education. So when I read through their SOP, their dispensing plan, there was no mention of any consumer education. So there's going to be about 3 of these today for marijuana delivery operators. So for future marijuana delivery operators, you really are like a store on wheels. You have to have consumer education available. So I will be looking at every dispensing plan. And if you don't have that or mention of it and they're not in full compliance, I will add the condition. So having said that, I will read my condition. En route home delivery LLC MDA 1302, a marijuana delivery operator in accordance with 935 CMR 500 146.5. A delivery operator shall make available educational materials about finished marijuana products to consumers. A delivery operator shall have an adequate supply of current educational materials available for distribution prior to final licensure. Please provide the commission with a copy of your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I make a comment?
Yes, please.
I just want to say a quick, I guess, kudos for this store on wheels. On their positive impact plan, they have a profit sharing program for employees that will be assisting employees with home buying, payment assistance programs, and education. So, definitely creative and I think very relevant to the population and to their employees. So I just want to put that out there. So thank you.
Thank you. Hearing that and hearing the condition articulated by Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, I'll entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of en route home delivery, MDA 1302, marijuana delivery operator. Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the provisional license for en route home delivery passes 4 in favor and 0 opposed. Moving on to Gracious Greens.
The applicant here is Gracious Greens LLC. The proposed location is 267 Amherst Road, located in Sunderland, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? There are no additional conditions.
I just have a comment.
Right.
These are my own notes, but I put amazing positive impact plan while I was reading. I just said great example and refreshing positive impact plan. Very simple to read and very creative and very relevant to the cannabis culture as well. So I really appreciate that. I think we forget cannabis is also a culture. So
Can you actually tell me what you mean by that? I'm curious.
about cannabis culture?
I don't know, but what you mean by saying that they're sensitive to cannabis culture? How so? So maybe others can replicate that.
Yeah, in terms of, yeah, go ahead.
No, I want to thank, also recognize them because part of their goal is to promote mental health through outdoor activities and community building among minority veterans by working with the local VA clinic in Greenfield.
Mhm.
So I think that's a great example of communities that we're trying to help.
Yep. Very good. Thank you. Hearing that, and there being no additional discussion or conditions, Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion to approve the provisional license for Gracious Greens LLC, MRN 284257 retail?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Gracious Greens retail provisional license passes 4 in favor, 0 opposed. We're moving on to House of Ermias.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is House of Ermias LLC. The proposed location is 267 Broadway, located in Chelsea, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license and they received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, and I believe Commissioner Roy has a condition she'd like to articulate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For House of Ermias LLC, MRN 284346 Retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include information for the substance use. Please include information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. Are there any further comments and questions? If not, I will seek a motion to approve the provisional license of House of Ermias, MRN 284346. Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Commissioner Camargo, do I hear a second?
A second. I also just want to make a quick comment. On their positive impact plan, the courses that are going to offer very relevant, very practical. So I appreciate that as well. And second.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect the provisional license House of Ermias has passed 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And we're moving on to In Good Health.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is In Good Health. The proposed location is 449 Route 130, located in Sandwich, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. Commissioner Roy, would you please articulate your condition?
Yes, In Good Health, MR 284655, retail co-located. Upon final licensure, please present to the Commission a copy of your consumer education in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146 A through J and your patient education in accordance with 935 CMR 501-146 A through C.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposed condition for In Good Health is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and eligibility to support your activities in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K. Again, for clarification, similar to Enlight Cannabis in their hiring plans, they are referencing their ability to work with our state mass hire centers. Again, just want to be mindful of their eligibility to support your activities. And as I've gone through other renewals, you see licensees who said had to make a change, found out we couldn't work with the mass hire career center. We don't want to set them up for some unnecessary headaches and then have that kind of just cascade down to problems and troubles reaching perhaps their diversity hiring goals and other targets. So just a clarification for us.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions? If not, Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins and Roy. Do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
I'll take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. I'll let the record reflect that In Good Health provisional license MRN 284655 has passed 4 in favor and none opposed.
Madam Chair,
Yes, okay.
if I may, the next item on your agenda is number 10, Kerr Retailers LLC. It would be, I guess I would seek the Commission's indulgence to withdraw the recommendation for provisional license at this time, given new information that's come to light that requires an inquiry from our staff. So at this point, we would, I guess, withdraw that recommendation, therefore allowing you, I guess, to advance to number 11 instead.
Okay, thank you. So moving on now to Medicine Man Solutions product manufacturer, Derek.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. And this is actually going to be items number 11 and 12 because this applicant is co-located. So those will be presented together.
Thank you.
So the applicant here is Medicine Man Solutions. The proposed location is 144 West Britannia Street, located in Taunton, Massachusetts. They're seeking both a product manufacturing and marijuana delivery operator license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summaries for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roy, you have conditions for both the manufacturing and delivery operator applications.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I read the condition for the product manufacturing, I tend to do this condition frequently, and there's some confusion. And if you follow our friend Grant Smith Ellis, there is some confusion around this regulation with quality control samples. It came in the last round of promulgated regulations, and if a licensee is going to participate, it needs to be in an SOP and metric, and the Commission needs to be aware of it. So when I look at the quality control plans and I see no mention, I add this condition. Having said that, for Medicine Man Solutions product manufacturing, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 500 135K and 935 CMR 500 139.
Okay.
I read the, we're going to vote on this one.
We'll vote on them separately, yeah. So anyway, I will entertain a motion, including the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy, to approve the provisional license of Medicine Man Solutions, MPN 281839, product manufacturer. Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that Medicine Man Solutions MPN 281839 product manufacturer has been approved, 4 in favor and none opposed. Commissioner Roy, will you articulate your conditions for the marijuana delivery operator?
In accordance with 935 CMR 500 146.5, a delivery operator shall make available educational materials about finished marijuana products to consumers. A delivery operator shall have an adequate supply of current educational material available for distribution. Prior to final licensure, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, are there any questions or comments on this application? If not, Commissioner Camargo, I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Medicine Man Solutions, MDA 1318, marijuana delivery operator.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy,
Second.
I'll take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect Medicine Man Solutions marijuana delivery operator provisional license has been approved, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And we're moving on to Pure Oasis.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Pure Oasis LLC. The proposed location is 430 Blue Hill Avenue, located in Boston, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana courier license, and this applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, or conditions? Hearing none, Commissioner Stebbins, I'll entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Pure Oasis, DOA 100170.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do I hear a second?
Second.
I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
I just want to make a quick comment. Before I vote aye, we went through the economic empowerment priority chart. This is an economic empowerment priority licensee. So there's another one that has made it to the commence ops in the chart. So yeah, aye.
Very good. Thank you. Aye. Yes. Okay. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the provisional license of Pure Oasis LLC has been approved, 4 in favor and 0 opposed. We're on to Speedy Cannabis.
The applicant here is Speedy Cannabis LLC. The proposed location is 339 River Street, located in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And I believe that Commissioner Roy has an additional condition for Speedy Cannabis.
In accordance with 935 CMR 500-146.5, a delivery operator shall make available educational materials about finished marijuana products to consumers. A delivery operator shall have an adequate supply of current educational material available for distribution. Prior to final licensure, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions? If not, Commissioner Camargo, I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Speedy Cannabis, MDA 1295 marijuana delivery operator.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I hear a second?
Second.
I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the provisional license for Speedy Cannabis has been approved. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Taste Buds Delivery.
Yep. The applicant here is Taste Buds Delivery LLC. The proposed location is 1103 Western Avenue, located in Lynn, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license, and they received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you today.
Thank you. Are there any questions, conditions, comments? Hearing none. Commissioner Stebbins, will you make a motion to approve the provisional license of Taste Buds Delivery, MDA 1313 marijuana delivery operator?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, do I hear a second?
Second.
Hearing it moved in second, I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect the provisional license of Taste Buds Delivery passes 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Teddy's Veggie Farm.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Teddy's Veggie Farm LLC. The proposed location is 134 Gold Street, located in Worcester, Massachusetts. They're seeking a product manufacturing license, and they received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, and I believe Commissioner Stebbins has a condition.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to disclaim that a few months back at a public event, Teddy's Veggie Farm was a participant in a what I'd call a pitch contest. A number of Commission staff were invited to attend the free event. We got to hear a number of pitches from potential licensees and potential applicants. Again, it was a free event. The Commission's actually attendance was not highlighted or marketed, but we were there, and I think in the past, both Commissioner Roy and I talked about our attendance at the event. But again, we didn't participate, make any decisions. The pitches themselves certainly had nothing to do with their suitability for licensure. So just wanted to disclose that prior to consideration of this matter.
They win, Commissioner?
Hmm?
Did they win?
They're one of them.
I think they were one of the winners.
Recipients.
My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to clarify diversity plan measurements number 3, outreach to diverse suppliers in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K. Just for a little bit of clarification, or I'm looking for clarification. They want to outreach to diverse suppliers, but there's just some clarification in their language about hiring goals. It's not clear whether it's for them or whether it's a target of their potential suppliers. So it asks for some clarification in their plan, again, as part of their provisional license.
Thank you. If there are no,
Statement.
you do have, okay, please, thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I too attended the event on December 1st in Worcester, hosted by Elevate Northeast, along with Commissioner Stebbins and CCC staff members. I've said in previous meetings, it was really an extraordinary event. And I'm grateful I attended. Having said that, I observed the event and I did not have an active or participatory role. And I can fairly and objectively consider the matters before the commission today. Thank you.
Thank you. No, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just quickly add, I think one of the recommendations for final licenses, Rolling Relief LLC was also a participant at the event. So
Yes.
acknowledge their participation in that event as well.
Likewise.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those conditions, Commissioner Stebbins. I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Teddy's Veggie Farm, MPN 28211, product manufacturer, subject to the conditions as articulated by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins, will you move that?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that?
Second.
Hearing it moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. I'll let the record reflect Teddy's Veggie Farm, MPN 282110, provisional license is approved. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And we're now moving on to 3 different iterations for Green Resource Inc. And Derek, I don't know if this is co-located. I'm sorry, I'm going off this list. So if you could just clarify that.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Yes, these 3 final provisional licenses today are co-located. So as such, I'll present them together. So the applicant here is the Green Resource Inc. The proposed location is 20 Independence Road, located in Kingston, Massachusetts. They're seeking both a cultivation and marijuana transporter licenses, as well as a, let's see here. Oh, I'm sorry, a cultivation, product manufacturer, and retail license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore the Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you have some conditions on the first one here on the cultivation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014.
Thank you for that condition. Are there any additional questions, comments, conditions? Hearing none, Commissioner Camargo, will you make a motion to approve the provisional license for Green Resource Inc., DBA Northeast Can, number MCN 283754, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I hear a second?
Second.
I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect the provisional license of Green Resource cultivation indoor has been approved. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Next, will you please, Commissioner Roy, articulate your conditions for Green Resource MPN 282213 product manufacturer?
Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments or questions? If not, Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to approve this provisional license subject to the conditions you have articulated.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Hearing that, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect Green Resource Inc. doing business as Northeast Can, MPN 282213, product manufacturer, provisional license passes. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And again, Commissioner Roy, if you could articulate your conditions on the retail application.
Prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-140-6G, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Okay. With that condition, any comments or questions? Hearing none, Commissioner Camargo, would you care to move this provisional license forward with the conditions as articulated by Commissioner Roy?
I do care.
Would you please second that, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect the provisional license for Green Resources doing business as Northeast Can, MRN 284701 has passed. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Now, we are at our nearly 1:30. Look at your face. Look at she's like, I feel so powerful right now. I'm the only thing standing between you and another
We
peanut
have
butter
to feed
cup.
Commissioner Roy. We
Yeah,
have to
I
feed her.
know, I know.
Yes.
All right. So, Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to half hour adjourn or recess for half an hour.
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Call the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Yes.
Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, chair votes aye, unanimous, going to lunch, and we will reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, boy.
There's one thing,
Uh,
Commissioner Chair, I just want to say a couple of things.
All right. Highly recommend the vending machine. I brought my shake, so I had half of my ham sandwich. Was pretty bad. But if I,
Yeah, mine wasn't gross. It was a salad.
but we are gonna be doing some of the nominations here, so maybe I'll turn it over to you and show them if I have to run out quickly.
As long as I was script, I'm good.
Okay, all right. Great. Okay. So now we are moving, are we back in? Yep. I'm moving to final licenses, and I can still see Derek's bright and shiny face on screen. So Derek, do you want to sort of walk us through this, and we will vote as a group from 1 through 11?
Certainly. So today, Chair, we have 11 final license recommendations for the Commission's consideration. Commission staff do obviously therefore recommend review and decision on these final licenses, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions and comments from the commissioners about the staff recommendations on final licenses? Hearing none, I'll seek a motion to approve final licenses 1 through 11 in our agenda. Commissioner Camargo, would you make that motion to approve? Commissioner Roy, will you second that motion?
Second.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that staff recommended final licensure approval 1 through 11 has gone through 4 in favor and 0 opposed. Now we'll be moving to staff recommendations on renewals. Derek, because I do have a condition on trying to think. Well, if you just want to articulate your condition, Commissioner Stebbins, I'm just trying to think if we need to take that up. No, we'll do this. If you want to just comment, Derek, and then I will entertain a motion for 1 through 24. I'll let Commissioner Stebbins articulate his condition on 25, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
Sure. So today there are 101 license renewal recommendations for the Commission's consideration, which includes 5 medical marijuana treatment center renewals. Commission staff recommend review and decision on the renewal applications before you, and if approved, request that the approval be subject to the licensee remaining in compliance with the Commission's regulations and applicable law.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to endorse the staff recommendations on renewals for license renewals 1 through 24. Will you?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
I'll take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. Recommendations on license renewals 1 through 24. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And then we will go to number 25, Caregiver Patient Connection LLC, MCR 140390. Commissioner Stebbins has a condition.
Sure. First, Madam Chair, if you'll permit me, I just want to make some general observations about the renewals that our team presented to us for this month. First of all, going through these, I've talked about it at past meetings, of how folks coming up for the renewal in what I would consider an adequate amount of time reach out to their host community to get feedback on the obligation they have to share with us as to what costs the community is realizing based on the presence of one of our licensees. I looked through these, those messages, those acknowledgements, those attestations, and I'm really pleased this month that a majority are not only reaching out to them when what I would say is a timely fashion, but doing it weeks in advance, sometimes even a month in advance. So I just want to express my appreciation to our licensees as they come up for renewal. And we know they get adequate number of notices from our licensing team that their renewal is coming up. But I'm grateful that so many of them are reaching out to their host community in an adequate amount of time. Another topic I just want to touch on, I go through a lot of the, or focus on a lot of the renewals who have already commenced operations. And, you know, just see how they are doing in terms of, because they're in the process of recruiting talent, hiring folks, and getting their doors open if they haven't opened them already. Out of the roughly 44 applicants for license renewals that have commenced operations, about half have been either unsuccessful in recruiting the number of veterans they had hoped to reach. They've actually expressed their own frustration in making that goal, or have not succeeded in hiring any veterans at the time of their renewal. I'm not suggesting in any way that our licensees are not making considerable efforts to seek out qualified veterans. I'm hoping to reach out to a few different veterans organizations, figure out what roadblocks or what issues might exist. Certainly would like to hear, invite our licensees to talk about the challenges they might have in reaching their goals. And I hope in kind of the months to come, I'm going to also delve into the diversity plans to assess success of our licensees to reach their diversity targets, you know, for women, persons of color, disabled residents, and LGBTQ plus members as well. You know, I have a worry that, you know, once somebody is licensed, somebody opens the doors, that some of the focus on this as a priority begins to fade into the background of their operation. I don't think that's the case. I think, again, I think all of our licensees are making considerable efforts to meet their diversity plan goals and hire the right team.
Mr. Stevens, if I could,
yeah.
if you are reaching out to some of those groups, because just sort of demographics could be an issue. I mean, you know, we don't have, you know, Vietnam veterans are, you know, aging into their
Absolutely.
70s and 80s, you know, there aren't very
Absolutely.
many. And so, you know, in terms of the, you know, reduced number of active, you know, conflicts that allows one to be considered a veteran.
Right.
I'd love to figure out what those numbers are, because I think that may be, you know, we may not know those numbers, and the people who are making those commitments may not know those numbers. So we probably need to maybe get a better handle on what's the actual universe of people who qualify as veterans, you know, who are residing in Massachusetts. And
Yeah, no, it's a great point. I think one of the plans said that, you know, they assessed that the statewide population of veterans is somewhere around 3%.
Mhm.
Again, not knowing what source they use, but at the same time, we also come across diversity plans where folks are setting the goal for veterans much, much higher than that. And, you know, again, our effort not to set anybody up for failure or disappointment. That's kind of the work, the research, or the feedback that I'm hoping to get as we move ahead.
Yeah, I think it'd be important because 3% includes a lot of 70 and 80-year-olds, I assume.
Right.
Right.
Might not be looking for employment at that age.
Yeah, so.
Mhm.
Yeah, Commissioner Roy?
And thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for highlighting that fact. And I applaud the licensees that do have veterans goals in their diversity plans. Perhaps, you know, maybe we reach out to the Secretary of Veterans Affairs and see if we can put our collective heads together and figure out community outreach for this population. I know on the separate issue, on the medical side of the ledger for patients, it's tricky for veterans because it's federally illegal and they get their care at VA hospitals. And so it's an issue for veterans. So I don't know if that transcends into a hesitancy to work in the industry, but I know there's real significant challenges and roadblocks to access for veterans on medical. So I wanted to highlight that, and thank you so much, Commissioner Stebbins, for bringing that up.
But I think it can also be part of, you know, a richer conversation that we have about impact going forward, and sort of thinking about what that means. Maybe for veterans, it's not focused on hiring people because maybe that world is so small, but maybe there are other ways that we can be thinking about how this industry can positively impact, certainly a population that has been disproportionately impacted, through drug laws. So that may be part of a broader discussion we have this year when it comes to what is diversity, what is the impact that we have, how do we rethink all of that? So, I think that's going to be something we have to entertain.
And Madam Chair, we did approve today a veteran-owned business.
Yep.
So that was good news, and I know they get expedited review.
Good.
So we're trying to encourage and foster a positive space
Yep.
for veterans, and it would be great if we could continue this conversation.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, so we've gone through 1 through 24.
So now we're on.
You have a condition on 25, caregiver-patient connection.
Interestingly enough, related to the topic we've just been discussing. I propose a motion or a condition for Caregiver Patient Connection LLC, MCR 140390, within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to identify any goals for hiring people of color, veterans, residents with disabilities, and LGBTQ+ people. Under licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500 101(1)C8K.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'm just going to have us take this one with the condition. Commissioner Stebbins, I would entertain a motion to approve this renewal subject to the condition that you've outlined. Will you make that motion?
So moved.
Will you second that motion, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
With that, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that caregiver-patient connection renewal has been approved. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. So the next tranche that I will take is 26 through frozen 439. So Derek, you've already gone through that. So we're just, Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to approve the renewal of licenses numbers 26 through 39 in our agenda.
So
Make
moved.
that motion.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
With that, I'll take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien votes yes. Let the record reflect that renewal license applications for 26 through 39 are approved. 4 in favor, none opposed, taking us to 40 through 44. Garden Remedies Inc., MCR 140359, Garden Remedies MPR 243890, Garden Remedies MRR 206269, Garden Remedies MRR 206276, and MRR 20677. Commissioner Roy will recuse herself, so we will take those votes very quickly. I will entertain a motion unless there are any questions or comments on these particular renewals. Commissioner Stebbins, will you make a motion to approve these renewals?
So moved.
Chair votes aye. Commissioner, will you second that? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of us. Will you second that motion?
Second.
All right, thank you. With that, I'll take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien votes aye. Commissioner Roy has recused herself on numbers 4 through 44, Garden Remedies. So the record reflects 3 in favor, one recusal. Back in, we're good. Okay, so the next grouping will be 45 through 71. Commissioner Roy, will you, unless there are any questions, comments, conditions, will you make a motion to approve these license renewals 45 through 71 on our agenda?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect the vote of 4-0, 45 through 71 license renewals on our agenda. Now I come to 72, Patriot Care Corp., MRR 206305. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Stebbins, you have a condition?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposed condition for this licensee is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to positive impact plan in assistance to returning citizens in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11. Just for some clarity, applaud the licensee for their interest in working with returning citizens, specifically in the city of Boston, but want to make sure that their positive impact plan reflects any change in that effort because of a new mayoral administration in the city of Boston.
Thank you. Thank you for that condition. If there are no comments, additional conditions, Commissioner Camargo, I'd entertain a motion to approve Patriot Care Corp. License Renewal MRR 206305. Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. License renewal for Patriot Care Corp. has been approved. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. So the next group will be 73 through 90. Unless there are any questions or comments, Commissioner Stebbins, will you make a motion to approve? Did I say 73 through 90?
So moved.
Okay. Will you second that, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. License renewals numbers 73 through 90 have been approved. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And then we have one more, Vanguard and Cannabis LLC MPR 243895 and MCR 140372. Commissioner Roy is planning on recusing herself from this, so we'll take these two. Commissioner Camargo, I will entertain a motion to approve the license renewals of Vanguard and Cannabis MPR 243895 and MCR 140372. Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. That is 3 in favor and 1 recusal. Okay, so now we will take 93 through 95. Commissioner Roy, I will enter unless there are any questions, comments, or conditions. Commissioner Roy, will you make a motion to approve the license renewals for 93 through 95 on our agenda?
So moved.
Will you second that, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. 4 in favor and none opposed. Western Front LLC, Commissioner Camargo is going to recuse herself. If there are no questions, comments, or conditions, I will ask for a motion from Commissioner Roy
So
to
moved.
approve. Commissioner Stebbins.
Second.
I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. That's 3 in favor and 1 recusal. And Commissioner Camargo can return for the final group of 97 through 101. Are there any questions, comments, conditions? If not, Commissioner Stebbins, I will entertain a motion to approve the license renewals for numbers 97 through 101 on our agenda.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that? I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. The vote is 4 in favor and 0 opposed to 97 through 101 license renewals. Now we are coming to, once again, Derek, staff recommendation on responsible vendor training renewals. Just one.
Yep, thanks, Chair. So the certified RBT here is ACTA LLC. They're seeking to renew and be approved for another 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. They currently provide virtual training environments, and over the past 2 years, they've provided instruction for 582 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Therefore, Commission staff recommend Commission approval of this renewal, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments, or conditions regarding this particular licensure recommendation? If not, Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to approve the staff recommendation on RVT renewal for ACTA LLC RVR 453130.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. It has been passed unanimously, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Okay, so we will be moving on to commission discussion and votes. I don't know if the executive director has any comments, but I will move to Commissioner Roy, who will be leading the conversation about it falls under, I don't know if Matt Giancola talks at all, or do we go right to the driver's education program?
So, Madam Chair, thank you so much. I would like to read the memo that was in the board book, if I may.
Please, thank you.
Okay, so this discussion and vote is about driver's education. For the past year, Commissioner Bruce Stebbins and Commissioner Kimberly Roy have convened and participated in a prevention and education working group to address the absence of cannabis-impaired driving curriculum in the driving schools of Massachusetts. Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017 requires DPH in consultation with the Commission to develop public awareness campaigns that highlight effective youth prevention strategies and responsible adult information that is in statute. On October 29th, 2021, Commissioner Kimberly Roy created a project charter, which I will review with you. The project name was Operating Under the Influence Curriculum. The sponsor, Executive Director Collins. The project lead, Commissioner Roy. The project team, the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, AAA, UMass researcher Dr. Jennifer Whitehill, Commissioner Bruce Stebbins, and Commissioner Kimberly Roy. The problem statement: the current RMV, new driver education, does not sufficiently address OUI due to marijuana use. No standardized education training around marijuana and operating a vehicle. Excuse me. The project goal of the charter: to support the Commission's public safety and public education mission. Support the development of a direct-to-youth curriculum for driver's education. The deliverable is a curriculum that could be adopted in Massachusetts. The project scope: Massachusetts driver education, including parent class. New drivers, cannabis intoxication while operating a Class D vehicle, cross-agency collaboration, and a public rollout. Out of scope, vehicles outside of Class D, enforcement and testing. Benefits, preventing OUI. Collaboration with other Commonwealth agencies to build relationships and mainstream marijuana education. Improve drivers' understanding of risks of OUI. Demonstration to the Commonwealth leadership of the benefits of funding marijuana public education. Again, I will repeat, the partners in this working group, convened by Commissioner Kimberly Roy and Commissioner Bruce Stebbins, were the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, AAA Northeast, UMass researcher Dr. Jennifer Whitehill, Commissioner Bruce Stebbins, and Commissioner Kimberly Roy. The goal of the working group was to address the lack of public safety prevention and education around cannabis-impaired driving in the driving schools of Massachusetts. This is the first generation of young people to be licensed since cannabis became legal in Massachusetts. As the CCC continues to assess policies and regulations around the prospect of social consumption, the urgency of educating citizens, young people, about the dangers of impaired driving was a critical focus of the working group's efforts. The group's discussion reviewed and considered curriculum, unique tools and resources for driving schools, and how best to approach the need for prevention, education, and safety. Also during this time, the working group sought to understand what messages young people in the range of 16 to 20 were seeing across social media platforms. Commissioner Stebbins reached out to Keefe Regional Technical High School located in Framingham, Massachusetts, to assist us in our efforts. Graduating seniors in the school's Legal and Protective Services SHOP program conducted a semester-long research project. Students completed a survey of popular social media sites and then presented to the working group their findings. The students found many examples of misinformation and disinformation aimed at teens and young people to encourage them to drive high while impaired on cannabis, and that it was safe to operate a vehicle. One of the final messages the students shared with the working group was that their generation was effectively instilled since childhood with a message not to drive if they are alcohol impaired, ride with an alcohol impaired driver, and how unsafe that was. They reminded the working group similar messaging around operating a motor vehicle while impaired with cannabis simply does not exist. According to the CDC, the percentage of teens in high school who drink and drive has decreased by more than half, 54% since 1991. Shifting gears, the blunt truth about marijuana and driving is spearheaded by evidence-based research conducted by AAA Foundation and reviewed by, the National Highway for Transportation Safety Administration, and reviewed by researchers from Brown University's School of Public Health for accuracy. The AAA Shifting Gears, the Blunt Truth About Marijuana and Driving program is a prevention and education curriculum around cannabis impaired driving. As a result of the working group's discussions, research, and recommendations, the Registry of Motor Vehicles has adopted the Shifting Gears education program as a module update to the current Massachusetts driver's education curriculum. It will include information on cannabis, including what tetrahydrocannabinol, how marijuana affects the brain, physical effects, visual and physical reaction time, synergism, and information to motivate students to establish safe transportation to avoid impaired driving. CCC staff reviewed the version of Shifting Gears to make sure that the information and data represented and reflected current data and aligned with CCC policy. Several edits were made to the presentation based on feedback by the CCC. The addition of cannabis to driver's education in Massachusetts takes effect in January 2023. Previously, this module referenced alcohol and drugs overall. But going forward, the curriculum will include a separate section on cannabis impaired driving. The Commonwealth has 700 driving school locations and will begin to use the curriculum. Approximately 50,000 students a year attend classes at the state's driving schools. Massachusetts driver's education is controlled by the RMV and requires all first-time drivers younger than 18 to complete 30 hours of classroom instruction before they can receive a full unrestricted Class D or Class M license. On December 16, 2022, a press conference took place at the Worcester Registry of Motor Vehicles to formally announce the adoption of Shifting Gears Cannabis Impaired Driving Curriculum by the Massachusetts Department of Transportation and the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles. We are grateful for this partnership. As commissioners, we are grateful to all the multi-agency partners and participants of the Education and Prevention Working Group who helped make this possible and for also being an integral part of this process. We are proud of the work completed and most importantly, the safety, education, and prevention for the young drivers of Massachusetts. This partnership will continue going forward as we should continue to assess the curriculum materials and the CCC can continue to provide expertise and research we have available in order to make sure the curriculum stays current. The addition of the Commission's logo to the education material will reflect our ongoing partnership. Today's motion and vote. If the Commission authorizes the use of its logo, it will be placed alongside the other partnering agencies. The Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles, AAA, Brown University, and Students Against Destructive Decisions. The CCC logo is not currently listed, and please see the graphic that has been provided. May I add that Massachusetts is first in many ways, and we were first in the nation to implement this curriculum in all of our driving schools. It is a national model, and I was informed yesterday that the NTSB will be making recommendations to have this curriculum implemented in every state in the union. Sadly, in May, 6 teenagers were involved in a horrific accident in Oklahoma, and you can Google that. And based on that accident and toxicology reports, the NTSB will be making recommendations to have this curriculum again in every state in the country. So I want to commend all of these agencies. We are a pioneer. We are once again Massachusetts. We are leading the way. I have been so grateful to not only Commissioner Stebbins, but to all of the partnering agencies that help make this possible. So, Madam Chair, I know we're going to have discussion, but I will read the motion, and then if that's okay.
You can make the motion on the floor. And then we
Okay. I make a motion that I move that the Cannabis Control Commission authorizes the use of the Cannabis Control Commission logo on the newly created Massachusetts Driver's Education Cannabis Impairment Curriculum, Shifting Gears, the Blunt Truth About Marijuana and Driving. Thank you so much for my time, and I know Commissioner Stebbins, I think, has a statement as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, and my fellow commissioners.
And do you want to second that, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'm happy to second the motion and also.
We'll have a discussion.
Also want to just offer some comments. First of all, I want to thank my colleague Commissioner Roy. When she invited me to join the group that she had pulled together last year, I was happy to join it. I think at times the group kind of ran into some roadblocks, started to approach some different approaches, but she really was determined to see this through to an effective resolution, and I just compliment her on the hard work that she put into this, as well as what I can say is her dogged determination to see this project through to completion. And obviously, we're mindful of the fact she sits on our public health seat as a commissioner. I also want to thank our colleagues from MassDOT and the RMV for their critical involvement in every meeting and every call that we had. Without the RMV's decision to require this curriculum, we wouldn't really have a project to discuss here today. So I thank them for their leadership. Thanks to AAA for sharing this curriculum, and again for the RMV's decision. I also want to just cite the work of the group of students that we reached out to. I think at one point in our conversation in our meetings, Dr. Whitehill was like, what messages are young people seeing over social media? And who better to ask the question to than young people like my daughters, who spend a lot of time looking at their phone. The senior class last year did a great job surveying social media platforms, TikTok among them, and the results that they shared with us, not just Commissioner Roy and myself, but with, again, our counterparts from MassDOT and RMV, was that there's a pervasive number of messages that are talking about safe operation of a car while under the impairment of cannabis. They even went so far to survey their own classmates, through a survey monkey. And again, the results came back that many students felt it was safe to operate a vehicle. And I do want to touch on something that Commissioner Roy, because I thought of it as somewhat of a gauntlet being laid down at the feet of us as the adults in the room or the policymakers in the room, that these students said almost from the day we could walk. We hear messages about don't get in a car with a drunk driver, don't drive yourself if you feel you've been impaired by alcohol. And they've been the subject of numerous campaigns and promotional messages and PSAs for years. And they said, you really haven't done anything to mount that same effort as it relates to cannabis. So that for me was a compelling moment to hear that coming from the youth, to say to policymakers, what are you going to do to try to protect us? Again, I think what's before us today is obviously a simple question as to whether we want to decide to add the commission's logo to this educational material as it's provided to the driving schools. I believe it's an appropriate step for us to consider. I think it's a strong step for us to take for a couple of reasons. The first reason is Commissioner Roy commented on is I think it demonstrates a partnership between us, between our counterparts at the RMV. It points to our interest and concern about protecting the public health of young people across Massachusetts, especially as this industry grows. Certainly, it is closely aligned and connected to a lot of the safety precautions that we share through our More About MJ campaign. And I also think it gives us an opportunity as a partner to make sure that the material is still relevant. Where we come across new information as an agency, I think having a partnership allows us to interject and say where the material should be updated. Again, it really puts an onus on us to make sure that information is updated, make sure it's current, make sure it has current statistics, make sure it has relevant statistics, if we can, as it relates to Massachusetts. So I think for all those reasons, I think this is a good step for us to take. And again, it just demonstrates our support and partnership for what I think was really a bold and strong leadership decision taken by the RMV to implement and use this curriculum. So.
Thank you. And Commissioner Camargo?
Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. No.
So first of all, I want to just say thank you, Commissioner Roy. I think determination should be your middle name. I love the heat that you bring. Commissioner Stebbins, thank you as well for taking this on. I know it has not been an easy task, not because obviously we haven't been part of it or we haven't spoken until today, but I know that creating a partnership with state agencies and corporations is very difficult. I've created programs in state government and I've created programs in corporations, and I've tried to marry the two, and it's very difficult with a lot of parties at play. As someone who has extensive experience in positive youth development, I support public awareness and prevention when it comes to our youth. I think it's key. I think the industry is here. We need it. Overall, at a high level, I think that this group is missing a real opportunity to prevent driving under the influence of cannabis. I think it's a little counterproductive. There's an underlying feeling or tone of disregard for legalization. I think that we can all agree, maybe, that authentic education when it comes to public awareness campaigns or media campaigns are more effective, especially when dealing with youth in education or media campaigns. I think you guys all have kids and know that sometimes the truth is the best way, right? Instead of trying to scare them, I think they go a different direction. Commissioner Roy, I know it's a big deal for Massachusetts to be first on a lot of things. I know that this is a big deal. It's a big deal for the commission. It's a big deal for us sitting commissioners to be part of this, the agencies. I'm going to say this, but I feel that at what cost? So I have questions that I want to ask Executive Director. I want to ask you. I want to go through them. So I'm just going to ask a couple of questions. And I know that Mr. Executive Director, I had sent you the questions before. Commissioner Roy, you had said in the memo that we have that the CCC staff, just read it back here. The CCC staff, including the executive director, were provided an opportunity to review a version of Shifting Gears to consider the information and data that are presented. Several edits were made to the presentation based on the feedback provided by the commission. So, and I know that there's also internal stuff that we've had a discussion around internal working groups and external working groups. And particularly around this external working group a little bit that we've talked in governance, but I had asked our executive director who from the CCC was part of this project besides the two commissioners.
Madam Chair, may I answer?
Please do.
Commissioner Stebbins and myself. There were no monetary resources used by the commission. It was reviewed by Executive Director Collins, the research team, and the comms team.
Thank you. So I also said, did our research team review the data presented and the educational materials used for this video? If no, who did? And is all the data facts and information provided in this curriculum evidence-based?
Madam Chair.
Well,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Roy. Can I share the answer? Yeah. So Mr. Executive Director replied and said, our research staff reviewed a final version and offered feedback, but I'd be hesitant to describe that review was substantive. As for evidence-based, that would be a question more appropriate answered by AAA, the RMV, and perhaps Brown University. But, you know, Sean, I want to ask you a little bit about that, because I know that our research team does great work here, and if our research team wasn't at the table, then what does that mean for the review of all these materials?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, please.
Our research team was at the table. They were part of this working group. Olivia was the project manager. I was told because of bandwidth, they had to be reassigned. So they were at the table, but out of my control, they were reassigned.
So what does it mean at the table?
They were part of the working group.
Sean?
I think it's convenient I'm sitting between.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me, I think clarify, let me answer the question, I think clarify Commissioner Roy's comment as well, to the extent that I had something to do with the quote reassignment. Back to the question as far as the first question you posed relative to the participation, as Commissioner Roy indicated in her memo, the only commission resources assigned to this were the two commissioners. There were no other staff assigned to work on this through that project charter. Early on in the working group, to Commissioner Roy's point, there were members of the staff that were engaged in the process. However, they were no longer part of the project, as this project went on for a number of months, and I can't tell you exactly how long. But our research staff was deployed to the commission's research obligations as an agency. So the commissioners endeavored to advance the project using their own time and resources and energy.
So, and then Commissioner Roy, you say that they were at the table. I mean, is that fair, what Sean is just explaining, or did our team, were they there at meetings? Did they review stuff from beginning to end? I want to understand, because we have not been able to have that discussion.
Madam Chair.
Please.
As previously shared, the research staff, Dr. Johnson and Olivia, were part of the working group from the onset. After a quarter of the way through, they had to be redeployed due to other research priorities. They have reviewed the curriculum. The Shifting Gears curriculum is an evidence-based curriculum spearheaded by research conducted by AAA Northeast, AAA Foundation, the Foundation for Traffic Safety, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and reviewed for accuracy by researchers at Brown University School of Public Health.
So my other question, did our comms team review the script for tone style used in this video? Did our comms team review the video and provide Commissioner Roy and Stebbins and the working group feedback before it was produced? Sean, you said communications reviewed the materials in the same manner as research.
Yes, I did.
Sorry. Thank you for that. So it sounds like it was not in length, but they reviewed some of it.
I will share that much like my review, research review, and the comms review was a request from Commissioners Roy and Stebbins that this project is coming to a close. Would you be willing to put your eyes on it and review it?
Got it.
And if I can, I only know this peripherally, but you actually made some substantive changes to the script and to what was ultimately went into the video, correct? You made some.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Chair. And I guess I would argue that my evaluation and my work in collaboration with Commissioners Roy and Stebbins was probably more extensive than any of our individual departments.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, that's good to know. And I know there's a lot of questions, but I think it's important because the hard part about this, and I always tell people, there's open meeting law, right? So you guys have been working on this for over a year. We didn't find out about this till a few months ago, and it launched without the commissioners or at least the commissioners seeing this video. And it launched with our logo, which means that it's endorsement of the commission, and it was launched, I think, in December. So I'm asking the questions because I need to understand this, especially if we're voting on it today. So kind of to what I just said, why wasn't this addressed publicly prior to the release of the video press conference? Another question, Madam Chair, maybe we talk about it later for the agenda, but does this mean that commissioners do not need to bring logo issues to the executive director or the CEO, meaning the endorsement of the commission and or the commission to the commission for a vote and or authorization of future projects with outside groups? So that's a question. I also know we have been talking about external and internal groups in governance, but this may be a new combination we should discuss in terms of what does it mean to use a logo? What does it mean? Does it mean an endorsement of our whole team, right? Because at the end of the day, this agency, you guys have worked really hard to build this agency and to gather data and do the research. So what does that mean in terms of that? Sean, you answered this question best answered by Commissioner Roy Stebbins. I believe my answer below speaks for itself. I do, however, believe the commissioners or staff should explicitly seek commission approval prior to our logo being utilized in a manner that implies endorsement. If a policy is necessary, one ought to be drafted. So I don't know if you have any comments, Commissioner Roy or Stebbins.
Did you ask the chair a question?
I think that there is perhaps some lack of clarity and frankly, lack of policy, because I've seen different instances where people have used the logo to do things that were specifically non-endorsed by the full commission. Again, I'm still new here. So I think that this is the whole issue of the logo, when it's appropriate, when it's not appropriate, is actually subject to a potential policy that we may want to consider.
And I just want to be clear, there's a couple of things happening in this. It's not just the logo use, right? It's also the process for us internally as commissioners as well, but also the curriculum itself. So I guess I'll just read my last question. Sean, per our comment, well, I actually have more questions, but Sean, per our comment below, staff cannot authorize logo use on content that doesn't reflect the commission's adopted policy. And I don't mean administrative policy. So who authorizes the logo use on the curriculum that was released to the public in December?
I think Commissioner Roy, you may want to clarify as to the use of the logo, just because I think it's not.
Yeah.
100%.
So it was yeah. So originally Commissioner Stebbins and I had sponsored this for the December meeting. When you have a multi-agency collaboration and partnership, then there are a lot of moving parts. So we had to move it. The announcement was at the Worcester R&B on December 16th. We made sure to qualify it so it wasn't reflective of the whole commission. It said members of the Cannabis Control Commission. So that was used for the announcement. As you can see, that there's no logo on there. So
right,
because it was for the announcement only.
Okay.
Only, and it was qualified with members of the Cannabis Control Commission. So today we decide as a body whether we want to partner with the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles, AAA, Brown University, and Students Against Destructive Decisions. And we want to put our logo aside of all of those logos that you see on the graphic before you.
So I have some more questions, Madam Chair.
Sure, please.
So a couple of other things. One is, and this is just a learning process, obviously, but how does this, did our legal department look at this? Do other agencies, legal department look at this for legal purposes or any content or anything like that? How does that work in this working group and in state government? Because we have now created a curriculum that some of you have seen the negative press. There's also positive press on this, but there are questions around this curriculum. There are questions around the evidence base. There are evidence around it being counterproductive. There are questions around it, you know, the tone, the style of it, the irrelevance when it comes to youth. Like there are a lot of questions. So my question is, how does this all work and then get adopted for the R&V for our youth in Massachusetts and potentially the country?
Please.
So that's, for it to be adopted is outside of the jurisdiction of the Cannabis Control Commission. It was this Mass Department of Transportation and more specifically the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles. That's their jurisdiction. They accreditate the driving schools and they determine the curriculum. So we convene the working group. We brought the issue to light, but ultimately we were not the decision makers to whether or not this is implemented. Brown University is an Ivy League institution. Their researchers are esteemed researchers. So we value having their check mark for accuracy and evidence base.
And if you'll permit me, let me
please.
just add to that. You know, it is, and this may go back and just offering my opinion on a couple of other questions that you asked, you know, in terms of logo use.
Yeah.
I think you asked, you know, of this commission, you know, and the policy for it. I think that was one of the things that we explored early on, and respectfully suggest that in building this organization and getting cannabis businesses licensed, stand-up investigations, stand-up, you know, the rest of the team. I'm sure somewhere on the priority chart wasn't, we need to come up with a logo policy. So in light of not having one, and I'm not saying we all run out and start taking pen to paper, but, you know, feeling that the appropriate place obviously was to have this conversation between the four of us. So in absence of a policy, thinking through that is the approach. Your last comment, obviously, the efficacy of the curriculum, the video, and I probably have gotten the same email that you got.
Yeah.
And happy to have folks raise their concern. And I think, again, going back to a nod to being recognized as a partner, I think gives us some standing that as this new material rolls out, if we see that there are some detriments to it, if we see that, you know, we look ahead, and I think the folks from UMass are interested in looking at the overall efficacy of this program, that being an identified partner allows us to step in and say, hey, this has been up.
Sure.
Here are the results. Here's the research that's being done. I, for one, obviously understand people that have marketing degrees, public health degrees, can certainly, you know, differ in their opinion of the efficacy of this message as it's presented. I'm also mindful of, I want to start doing something.
Sure.
And doing something is so important, especially, again, as I alluded to, the growth of the industry, the fact that we know kids are around it a lot more, and more about MJ.com campaign speaks to how parents keep the product safely if they're going to keep it in their house. So as the industry is continuing to grow, as policy discussions will reach our table down the line about social consumption or offsite consumption, you know, I think we need to kind of put a pin in the board or a flag down to say, we're part of this, we're a partner in this. We will weigh in when this body feels it's appropriate, or, you know, working in conjunction with our team. You know, but that's just my response when it comes to, we're going to hear from people that have differing opinions on the efficacy of the message.
No, and I think in that note, and listen, I agree. I understand we got to do something. Like, we've talked about it. We had the DUI conversation, the social consumption conversation, right? Like, I get it. There needs to be something, right? I will say, and I will add this to public records for anyone who wants to read it. We received an email from Jane Allen, and if I may read just a portion of it, I won't read the whole thing.
Please do. And could you credential her as well? Who is she? What does she come from?
Sure.
What's her degree?
I think we all got the same email. Got it.
Madam Chair, point of inquiry, could you please say her degree and her credentials?
I'm going to say what I have here. So I can't say otherwise. So I'll just read this quick portion of it. Dear Commissioners and leadership team of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, I'm a senior manager of public health in the Center of Communication and Media Impact at RTI International. I have more than 20 years of experience evaluating and conducting formative research for public health education programs on behalf of the federal government and state government. I'm writing to share my concerns about the AAA Shifting Gears curriculum. I have reviewed the teacher guide, and video, links below, and have three overarching concerns. The content, imagery, and the tone of the curriculum could produce the unintentional effect of increasing risk for driving under the influence. The curriculum misses an opportunity to effectively prevent driving under the influence of cannabis. The curriculum is not evidence-based. It goes on, and I'm not gonna sit here and read it. I'll turn it in. At the end, she does say, I would be happy to provide more detail about these and other concerns I have around the shifting gears curriculum. And again, we get a lot of these emails. As a public health professional, a Massachusetts citizen, and mom to a new teen driver, and another one about to be in driver's ed, I would like to see effective evidence-based curriculum to prevent driving under the influence of cannabis, and I'm afraid this curriculum is not that. Let me just see if there's any credentials here. Give me a second. Commissioner Roy, I know. It's okay. This is why we're having the discussion. I know how you feel right now. I get it. Jane Allen, Senior Manager of Public Health at the RTI International. So I'm going to turn this, and I think we all got it. I want to put it in for the record. But the other thing I want to say, and I know this is going to ruffle some feathers, but I'm going to say it because I think that we also have to educate ourselves and educate the public. There's a process internally that was in play that we need to get more clear on, which is this sort of charter working group situation. Sean, you had said to us that you had never officially approved this working charter for this commission. I think we're working through that. I think we need to figure out that policy. We've been talking about it in governance. We don't have a logo sort of seal of endorsement. What does it mean? We need to talk about that policy. We go to events, people invite us, they'll slap our logo on it. That's just us speaking, right? As individual commissioners. This is a curriculum that I'm probably the only one in the room that has the questions, I think, because no one else has asked the questions that I'm asking, but it's a curriculum that, for me, our own research team did not do a substantive analysis of this, or our other team, or yourself, and I know you provided some edits. So there's that. Also, I think that there was a rush before Governor Baker left and Karen Polito left to do this announcement with them, because we had all the state agencies there. And I think that triggered us commissioners not seeing it before. And I understand it was a secret squirrel. We're independent. We can keep our projects to ourselves until it pops. But the reality of it is that I think we put politics over our youth, and we released this a little bit too quick that didn't allow us as commissioners or as the commission staff to really review this and really look at this. So I can go on, but I'm just going to say that for myself.
Commissioner Roy?
I make a motion to move the previous question, please.
Your second?
I don't think he knows.
You don't need a second, so then I will take a roll call vote to move the question.
To move the question or the motion?
Move the question. We'll move the motion to move the question, and then we'll get to the actual question. I think what she's basically saying is sort of, we have a lot of things to get to. I think everyone's made their point at this point in time. So I will take a roll call for, this is to move the question, which is actually we're debating, to actually do the question. So Commissioner Camargo?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes.
Chair votes aye, 3 in favor, 1 opposed to moving the question. Now I will entertain the motion itself. The motion has been seconded. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
No.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes.
Chair votes aye, 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And I would just like to, again, I appreciate Commissioner Camargo's input. I appreciate the woman from RTI sending in the information. I appreciate the work that the staff has done to try to shape this. But I think that what I really appreciate is, this is now recognized nationally. There are a lot of smart people who understand public health, people who understand public safety, who think that this is an excellent example of how we can meet our mission of educating youth from any potential, deleterious impact from the cannabis markets. But I do think that what's really nice is we didn't spend a lot of money doing it. So I do think that,
That's a problem.
right? Well, can I tell you something?
That's the
we're
problem.
spending $500,000 on other educational things, right? This was something that I think was done well, and I think we have a number of external endorsers who, have said that this is well done. But that being said, one of the things I'd recommend is to continue the conversations through the executive director about any sort of feedback that might relevantly shape this going forward. So I thank everybody for their work.
If I just
Please, Commissioner Stebbins.
add, Madam Chair, and just express my appreciation to Commissioner Camargos for the chance to ask questions. And again, hopefully convey to the public the straitjacket that the five of us operate under, because we don't get to have these conversations unless we're in a public meeting. So we are allowed to have two people working on a topic or two people working on a project of mutual interest. The bringing it forward for today, usually five, for us to consider is just the challenge that we bump up against in the open meeting law. And again, it's good, healthy discussion. It never means it can't come up again, but it certainly helps us hear each other's thoughts, comments, and take a stance and move forward.
Can I say a closing comment since you all make closing?
Please.
Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy. You're the lead sponsor. Go ahead.
I just want to thank my fellow commissioners who voted in support of this today. This is a national model. We were first in the nation. I just want to clarify, this was never politics. This was public safety, prevention, education, and protecting the young people. It's public safety and public health. It was never about politics. So I need to clear the record on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. And listen, I thank you both for taking this on. It's needed. However, I'm not confident of the curriculum. I wish we would have spent some money on it. I wish that you all would have brought it to the commission earlier on so that we can have the conversation, so that we can work collaboratively on this and really think it through. And no, you didn't. So I just want to say thank you and good luck with it. And I hope that, I hope it turns out how you all wanted to turn out. And I look forward to hearing more about it.
Go ahead.
Years. So
Go ahead and clarify.
Again, I need to correct the record. Yes, I did. I had Dr. Johnson and Olivia and Commissioner Stebbins and myself, and a project charter was drafted along with our COO, Alyssa Stack.
I didn't disagree on that. I didn't disagree. I said that you all didn't bring it to us as commissioners. So this is a lesson learned for us when we're working on projects. And I said this to you right before. If we talk about it, we're so afraid to talk about stuff in public. If we bring it early on, we could have had this conversation early on and said, and maybe we had some ideas or collaborative nature or conversation, or we know about it. But for it to be released in December and you have sent a memo in November quickly, even though there was a little conversation around it, I just think that we need to start working differently and use our public meetings to have these hard conversations. And I know it's hard, Kim. I know it's hard.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. It is what it is. You got your votes.
Right.
I just leave it at
I
that,
can just say that, not as a tit for tat, but
Yeah.
circumstances happen. A motion happened last month for something that nobody knew about. It was 3 motions in one that significantly impact a DIA report, the list of towns. And
We're
we
not
didn't-
talking about that.
No, we're not, but it's comparative and it's analogous
It's
to
not.
people not having full information.
It's not.
So I just want to
It's a
express that it's a
complete- it's a
concern,
complete
it's a
difference.
concern of
Okay,
all of us.
all right.
Thank
Okay,
you, Madam
thank you.
Chair, for
Thanks.
my-
I think everyone has their position, and I think it's been
Bad sample.
stated. Okay, so we'll now move on. Annually, we have an election of the commission's secretary and treasurer. Since we know that there's one candidate running for treasurer, I will entertain a motion to nominate Commissioner Camargo to be the treasurer for her final swan song year, which is great. So do you have any comments that you'd like to make in support of your nomination?
Sure. I just think that I want to just thank all of us for working in governance. I know it's a headache, but we've been working a lot. We redid the job description or posting for the treasurer of the commission. So I just want to thank all you commissioners for helping us with that. It's been first year was interesting in terms of learning. What does it really mean? The second year, we've seen some of the stuff that we put in play, and I'm looking forward to working with Adriana and our team and Sean and being more transparent about the budget. You all saw the presentation today, so looking forward to it. And it's a responsibility that somebody in the commission has to take. So happy to do it for one more year, and then I'll be done.
So Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to nominate Commissioner Camargo to be the treasurer.
So moved.
Yeah, do I have a second?
Yep, second.
Okay. I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Unanimous election. This is like great. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Landslide. So that's great. And the sad news is we are losing our Secretary Stebbins, who's done a great job in that role. And I don't know if you have any departing comments that you'd like to make
Yeah.
regarding your term in office. You know, we can do, you know, like they do in the legislature. Oh.
Sorry.
Wow. No, first of all, I want to give it a shout out to the legal team who works closely with the secretary to prepare the meeting minutes, get them ready for presentation to all of you, and you know what that means in terms of our obligations. So thank you to Sabiel and to Michael Baker for their good work in helping with that portion of the job. As Commissioner Camargo talked about, you know, we've had some conversations about not additional responsibilities, but what should be the appropriate role of the secretary as it relates to education and trainings, and, you know, making sure that, you know, we have a regular schedule of ethics briefings and other things like that in order to conduct our business, and we're moving in the right direction for that work. But, you know, just want to find an opportunity to give one of my colleagues another chance to step into leadership as it might be defined for the secretary. But again, just kudos to the legal department for working with me over the last 2 years.
So Commissioner Stebbins, would you make a motion to nominate Commissioner Roy?
I would be happy to nominate Commissioner Roy for the position of secretary for calendar year 2023.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, will you second that motion?
Think about that. Of course.
Okay, all right, we'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien votes aye. Once again, landslide, unanimous vote, 4-0. Now we will move on to the 2023 Executive Director.
I just want to say he did the job so well. I do need training from him.
Oh, yeah, well,
So that's on the record in the minutes.
Happy to help.
Thank
Happy
you.
to help.
congratulations. Okay. So we move to the Executive Director goals. Turn that over to Sean Collins.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, last month at your public meeting, I reviewed, at least what, from my perspective, what I believed was progress toward and against the calendar year 2022 goals. I'm now before you, given that we've changed calendars, we're now in calendar year 2023, to seek your consideration of what are at this point our draft 2023 goals. So I just want to reiterate that point. These are not my goals. These are for your consideration. If you are so inclined, I would certainly be grateful for your approval of them. That said, this is your responsibility to set my goals and allow, this is where you as commissioners are essentially pointing the ship, so to speak. And then myself and again, not anything here is done alone, alongside our team are able to then get that ship underway. And you'll see too that a lot of these goals, or some of these goals I should note, are continuation, which I think is a good positive development where we're looking at multi-year efforts, we're looking at strategic things, and really trying to keep our eyes on a bit of a higher horizon. That said, we also know we have some imminent work that must be done, and I therefore offer, and I'm hesitant or loath to read them out loud, but I think they're necessary. So the first goal really speaks to implementation of the new statute. And I think given our workload ahead for the calendar year of 2023, knowing that we have a deadline of November to promulgate regulations, it's easy to assume that implementation is going to consume a lot of calendar year 2023. So the first goal is, in collaboration with commissioners and commission staff, ensure effective and timely implementation of Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. That's the relevant statute, which includes the development and implementation of, where necessary, new or amended regulations and commission policies. Such regulations and policies should be developed in a collaborative manner with input from a broad coalition of stakeholders and benefit from commission-based expertise and perspective. Where necessary for implementation of other aspects of the new statute, example, the Social Equity Trust Fund, facilitate that coordination with the appropriate agencies and officials. So to unpack this a little bit, I've heard loud and clear from commissioners that you want broad stakeholder engagement. You want to hear from folks. You want to make sure that there's a meaningful opportunity to participate. I also know that you want to work with staff. You want access to staff. You'd like to learn from their expertise, collaborate with them, and make sure that our regulations, and I also add a caveat here about policies. There might be a circumstance where regulations may not be necessary, but guidance could be necessary. So that's the distinction there. And then lastly, and I think Commissioner Camargo, you touched on this earlier, there are other aspects of that statute that may not be under our exclusive jurisdiction or even our jurisdiction at all, i.e. the Social Equity Trust Fund, but we are keenly interested in it, invested in it, and would like an opportunity to facilitate any coordination that might be necessary. So again, that's a really verbose way of saying number one is before you for your consideration.
In this first one, can I just point out there's actually a typo? Fourth line, last word.
You're killing them.
Manor, not manor. One's a house, the other's a manor.
Unless we plan to do this at Sean's house.
I know. Again, that's just, I'm just noting a typo. That's all. No. This is, I have like a really.
Yeah, can I adjourn? Is that a problem?
I just
Also,
point out,
I just want to point out that I don't see that on the slide any longer. So thank you to our staff for correcting my error. So Grace, thank you for doing all that you do. She's now corrected that. So thank you.
Did fix it. Okay,
Also,
great. And my
Madam
version,
Chair,
I just have this like really bad
I am
problem I find.
mortified. So thank you. That
Oh,
is,
no, I'm not. I'm sorry.
oh no, you've absolutely, like, that is a biggest pet peeve of mine. So thank you. I will do penance for, I'm not going to live that down, especially with our team. I'm famous for picking those things up, so I'm embarrassed.
I can't believe I missed it before, so I apologize. But anyway, but it's obviously been fixed, so
I
sorry.
have
I'm sorry.
no excuse or defense for
Sorry, sorry.
my typo. And that is my typo, to be clear. Number two is be an example of modern inclusive government for the cannabis sector in terms of our organizational structure, culture. Success in this goal will be achieved through collaboration with commissioners and staff and demonstrated by first, finalizing a new work environment that preserves and promotes the health, well-being, and inclusion and safety of all commission employees. Number two, enabling public access to commission space and personnel. Number three, facilitating and balancing employee flexibility and in-person collaboration. And four, demonstrating cost effectiveness. And perhaps this could be number five. And thank you to Commissioner Stebbins for your feedback. And the Commission's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Ultimately, as far as I'm concerned, this goal, and again, it's intended to be responsive to the feedback of both commissioners and our team. We've lived in a COVID environment for long enough. I think it's time that we develop a permanent structure that allows for, first and foremost, we are a public agency that the public is entitled to access to. And then secondly, that we make sure we are a good employer and that we are preserving the health, safety, well-being, and not only preserving, but promoting, encouraging, and obviously mindful of the health, safety, and well-being of our staff, but that we're also facilitating collaboration where appropriate. So this is basically, let's move beyond COVID. Let's find a permanent structure, but do so in a very collaborative way.
Can I just, this was one that I sort of felt was a little bit at odds with itself internally, is that I know we want to promote health, well-being, inclusion, but then we need to determine what the new hybrid workplace is. You know, one of the things I would suggest, and I don't know what the language is, and I don't have suggested language here, but I feel like there needs to be like goals. You know what I mean? Like how many months, how many, you know what I mean? I just feel like we need to establish that by June or July, you know, how do we do that? You know, one of the other things that you and I had talked about when I first, you know, came in here, you know, we were talking about response time. You know, when someone sends an email, you know, I was initially told that within 24 to 48 hours, we respond to an email. As we move back towards a more hybrid version, as we hire more staff to do constituent services, I'd like to see something in here. And maybe with the new phone system, I think I talked to you that, you know, I used to run the Girl Scouts, and I talked to my, you know, my former colleague who now runs the Girl Scouts, and they have, they don't do a lot of phone work anymore as they used to with their 20,000 or 25,000 girl members and 10 or 11,000 volunteers. But we now have a new phone system coming in. I don't know what that phone system means in terms of our ability to track, monitor, and respond to. constituent requests, I think we sort of think more along the healthcare lens because that's kind of where it's been sitting in this organization for 5 years. But I would like some sort of understanding of what will be some of the goals in terms of responsiveness? What would be some of the goals in terms of what we're doing for, responding to workplace, question? I would just like a little bit more in here that is a little, I believe in targets and goals and, I think that as a broad issue, this is good, but I think in terms of some of the specific, and again, we just got the phone system, and I think you had told me that that would actually improve our response rate, improve how we get back to people. But I'd just like to see if, we
Sure.
can.
I guess on the phone system specifically, it's going to provide data that demonstrates responsiveness more than anything else.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about it. I of all the contracts that this commission has engaged in, maybe this makes me a bureaucratic nerd. I don't know, but I'm very excited.
It's not it, Sean.
Christmas came
It's been
early
well
when
before
that
this.
contract was executed. So, but I think that's an important development. I'd like to maybe talk through this a little bit. Perhaps, obviously, we're in public, so we can do it now. But one of the things that we've worked on, I'd say, over the last calendar year, which should cascade into this calendar year, is all of these goals. And I neglected to mention this, and I think it's important in response to your point, will become tasks.
Mhm.
All of these goals will now cascade to each of our departments.
Okay.
And those departments will ultimately be responsible for putting tangible, metric-based goals in place. That said, I think it's important for commissioners to know, and I think I want to commend Commissioner Stebbins on process here, which is there'll be a mid-year update where it's my responsibility to come back and say to the commission,
Mhm.
these are the tasks that became, this is our progress toward them,
Mhm.
and essentially demonstrate through evidence
Okay.
that there's progress. But the point is an important one, and one of the things I thought this might have been where you were going to go, is there is some tension in this goal, which is we need to, as an agency, we are a public agency. Again, as I mentioned, the public is entitled to access to that agency.
Mhm.
And I do believe that we provide as much virtual access as possible with the streaming of public meetings, the production of materials. Our website is dense with information, et cetera, but that access is also the ability to engage. And at the same time, we also want to make sure that our employees are kept in as safe an environment as possible. And that's where I think the collaboration becomes necessary. And there's some collaboration, though, that's not always going to be, I'm trying to think of the right way to characterize it. There's going to be tension. And there's going to be push and pull. And I think that's part of a discussion. And it's also part of a healthy organization that is willing to have conversations amongst itself about where do we want to go, where do we want to be. And then ultimately, too, I think responsibility is we have to make decisions.
Mhm.
And I think that's what this goal
Okay.
is holding me accountable for.
Yeah, no, thanks. I
Through
appreciate
that collaboration, ultimately make a decision.
Okay.
If I could,
Please.
and I'm glad you separated out cost effectiveness from the commission's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. But interestingly, because you have the first goal kind of looming over the second
Sure.
Right.
goal, we know personally, I feel there's going to need to be a lot of in-person collaboration,
Mhm.
especially as we dig into the reg writing process. Just for me, it's a benefit if you're brainstorming around the table, I'd rather be brainstorming around the table like we are with individuals as opposed to looking at people in boxes on a screen. So I just share that with you because, that's my own sentiment about this goal, especially how closely it's connected to the one above it. In addition to adjusting to post-COVID world, and again, to your point, the public's access to us.
Okay. Thanks, Sean.
Of course, yeah. And I'd have to imagine too, and this is somewhat in response to Commissioner Stebbins' your point, if you did one of those like word art charts, I'm sure collaboration would be one of the more pronounced words in here. And I think that's intentional. But I also don't mean to overuse it as well. I want it to have meaning. But I think your point is a good one about the need and the necessity or the desire to collaborate. And I would say that's mutual. I know staff are looking forward to that opportunity to contribute to that process as well. And I know that I'm sure and convinced that you'll benefit from their contributions. Moving along conveniently into number 3, it leads with in collaboration. And this is with commissioners finalized. This is a continuation of last year's goal as well. Finalize the 3-year strategic planning process. and begin implementation for equity programming that includes measurable goals and metrics, combined with robust data collection and tracking of equity participants' success and satisfaction, as well as licensees' equity goals and progress. One of the things that over time, just to breathe some life into this as well, a lot of work has gone into that, the planning and the strategic planning process. You've gotten some updates from Celia Williams at public meetings. Obviously, you've heard about some of the budget activity that we have anticipated for the rest of this fiscal year, not to complicate or confuse calendar years with fiscal years. But one of the things that I continue to think about is that equity participant success and satisfaction in this space, in this industry. We often look at licensing data exclusively. We don't always look at, say, for instance, agent registration data. We also don't necessarily, and I shouldn't say we don't have access to, the organic data that we would collect as an agency does not include ancillary businesses and how they might be finding success in this industry. So it's really trying to look at what is success as an equity participant? What track are you pursuing ultimately in equity programming? But I also don't want to limit this goal to equity programming. Yeah. There's a lot of other opportunities around this industry that someone may not need the equity program to find success in this industry, and that's okay, but they may otherwise qualify for some of that activity or some of those support mechanisms. So,
but if I can just echo what you're saying, this is, I think, a very important, it sort of coincides with the thought that you shared with us, sort of going from a startup to now sort of maintenance phase, because I do think that what the legislature or the, people who push the referendum, what equity meant 5 years ago, in terms of how we make this actually work, in terms of, I believe that we've privatized a lot of our equity impact, and then we kind of have these businesses often they're, working, and whether or not we actually can maintain that contact, that connection, and that assurance that those impacts over the long run, are still happening. So I think that I think this is central to the conversation, frankly, that we have to have during this regulatory rewrite. What does equity mean? What does impact mean? And how do we need to be rethinking this? So I appreciate that. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on your thought, a big part of, I feel like we have direct impact on the licensing end, like you said, but most people aren't the license holders or in the C-suite. They're the registered agents. And to your point, Madam Chair, where it's privatized and we read it in the diversity plans and the positive impact plans. And then when we go to the renewals, how many times we read that it wasn't fulfilled, right? And we see that in the statistics. I don't know if there's a way that we hire a university or project manager or something to do forensic audit on a year or two of these positive impact plans and these diversity plans to see how badly we are falling short. And if we are, well, what do we do to foster, more equity? How do we, if it's a nothing burger, if they're not working, right?
But I think we need to redefine what impact is. Do you know what I mean? I mean, obviously the whole issue of record expungement is the landscape is shifting. So, we have actually called on, a number of licensees to allow them to do that. Mm-hmm. So that's where I think that, and maybe this is almost a separate meeting that we just talk about issues, to sort of kind of work through that, and maybe even have a working meeting with the staff to kind of come in and get some feedback. So,
and may I just remind us all that with the new Chapter 180, the Acts of 2022, that part of their plan will be satisfied with a donation to the Social Equity Fund. And do we put parameters around that? And what do we do, right? Because I think most folks, I don't want to say that's an easy option, but it is an easy option, and maybe it's the best option. I don't know, but
it's an easy option and it's the best option. But it's also, I think, part of the first goal, which is the Social Equity Trust Fund. And I have talked, individually, and I've talked, in some of our governance meetings. But I think that we recognize, well, the Social Equity Fund is a step forward. It's not going to solve all the problems. And so how do we as an agency look at what the Social Equity Fund can do? And, what I've been trying to do is reach out to different sort of private equity groups, people that are working in the community, and determine how do we leverage maybe some other kinds of private investment in entrepreneurial programs for, persons of color, persons who come from diverse communities. But how do we as a commission, we're not running the social equity fund. They're kind of out there that could be doing their own thing. But I think it's going to be important for us to figure out how we can marry the stuff that we're doing, the training that we're doing, and then how do we leverage those people like the I don't know if I'm saying it right, but BCEMA, I guess, and Betty Francisco's group. What can we do to work with them? So I like that this is, number one in your sort of performance here, but I think it's something that we as commissioners have to be thinking about as well to make sure that we're providing the guidance, because I think we have the paradigm and the framework isn't necessarily working right now. Go ahead.
Just another point I want to make. So we have a DIA report that we have not accepted and done by Dr. Johnson, incredible research by Dr. Johnson, Dr. Whitehill, that sits in limbo. And we have people that can't attain their diversity goals. They're landlocked without having any DIAs around them. And why are we going to let perfect be the enemy of good? We can start, and whether we need to retool that yardstick, as you have said in the past, but we have a report that was done by our research team here at the CCC, and it's sitting in limbo and we haven't accepted it. And if we accept it, we're going to open more doors and more opportunities to have more of this. So I think at some point we need to revisit that report done by our research team and accept that report. So I just want to throw it out there for discussion.
Okay. I don't disagree. I think that we do need to determine what we're going to do, determine whether or not it's how we best impact disproportionately impacted communities. And I think we have to have that conversation. I don't know if it's for today. I don't know if I'm armed and ready.
But I just wanted to open the door, if you will, and we shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of good. And we have many communities that are waiting in limbo and waiting for us to accept them. And that will open more doors and more opportunities for more individuals in Massachusetts.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, no, appreciate the conversation. The interesting terminology I see in number 3 that you might not find in many other governmental agencies' mission statement is not only tracking our equity participants' success, but what their satisfaction has been. Seeing how they respond to what we're providing. I know just in conversations with Cedric and Celia, they're getting feedback from previous participants in our social equity program who are like, that was great, but now I need this. So the continued evolution, obviously all of this folding back into the 3-year strategic plan, but thinking through not what we determine is how we're going to help them succeed, but having them give us feedback.
Well, we should be surveying them. I mean, this is the thing that Dr. Johnson can probably.
We do.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do we survey them after the fact? So
we follow and I hate to call it track, but we track.
So
I
mentioned that just kind of for the uniqueness of it because it's not typical state government.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, did you have?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I know Commissioner Roy, you brought up the DIA report for a reason. I hear you. But also it's not that it's just in limbo. Our equity team went through it. We had a discussion. They came up with recommendations. We voted on adding 2 new sites, whether a zip code in another city. And I know that it's still sitting within you all right now to figure out next steps. So I just want to clear that for the record. And I know that this is part of the larger picture. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, keep going, Sean.
Sure, and just to clarify on number 3 too, and Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for noticing the satisfaction aspect of that. That's twofold. One is to make sure our programming is relevant to the folks that are using it, but it's also, of course, to ensure that the vendors themselves are meeting our objectives and our expectations. And I wanted to clarify too, I am very hesitant, and I check myself on this. It is equity programming. It's not social equity program specific. It could be broader than that. But one of the things that I've also had ample conversations with our team about is, and I think Commissioner Roy, this speaks to your point, scaling some of this, where you have a lot of applicants for licensure that come forward and say, I'm going to host an incubator. That's one license potentially helping one other person.
Right.
this is scalable on a Massachusetts statewide level. Is there something we could do to harness all of that energy, perhaps have bigger impact, using the word impact? The other thing, and I promise once I take the soapbox, I'll give it back real quick, one of the things that frustrates me ultimately is the work that we do, the mission that we're obligated to pursue obviously stems from the legalization effort, but it's also mindful of the history of cannabis and obviously the fate of the war on drugs and the impact it had on people, communities, et cetera. But it seems as though the burden for making up for that falls upon a licensing agency.
Mhm.
There's an awkwardness to that.
Yes, yeah.
There's a disconnect with that, where I think we as an equity programming agency, in addition to being a licensing agency, not everybody that was impacted by the war on drugs is going to want to participate in this marketplace. And so there's more work that can be done. And I think, Chair, you touched on it briefly around things like record sealing and expungement, et cetera. But there's other work that other agencies can do. We look forward to partnering with them. But I think one of the things that I struggle with is that accountability that we all feel here in the work that we do. And I want to find a way to bring that work into this goal, but also point where other opportunities may be either in private or public sector engagements. But I just want to clarify that at our core, we're a licensing agency, but not all of the harm that was done by the war on drugs can be made up by licensing activities.
Thank you.
And now I yield the soapbox back to whoever would like it next. But maybe I won't, because I'll just jump to number 4.
Go ahead.
And this is a pivot from equity to another significant aspect of our work. And I want to make sure that we are able to focus on it in calendar 2023 and call it out specifically, which is to take actions to ensure the long-term durability of patient access to the medical use of marijuana program, including consideration and evaluation of the patient experience, patient access to providers, which we touched on earlier, regulatory and structural challenges that may exist for patients, caregivers, and providers, and propose as necessary policy outreach and operational updates to improve the program. So Commissioner Roy, I think I answered an earlier question of yours saying the more to come. That's exactly what I was referring to. And again, I therefore could not agree more with your sentiment from earlier.
Thank you very much.
Number 5.
Number 5 is upon affirmative adoption by the commission, work collaboratively alongside commissioners and commission staff to implement in earnest the commission's governance charter. This includes evaluating and updating where necessary commission policies and SOPs to accommodate any necessary changes with a focus on long-term operational durability, which may include both structural changes or a focus on succession planning and delegation throughout key leadership roles. Last year, calendar year 2022 was a goal, again, in partnership with commissioners to pursue a governance charter. As you know, we've made, I think, incredible progress toward that. I mean, I just remain grateful for your partnership in that effort. The next step of that, of course, would be, and I think a really significant step of that is implementation and sincere implementation. Obviously, I don't want to let myself off the hook, but I know you don't want to let me off the hook on that either. But I also want to make sure that we do that together as we have the governance process to date.
Okay, thanks. And 6?
And 6, certainly not last or least, but I guess it is last, so maybe not least, is continue the development and begin implementation and assessment of a 5-year strategic plan for commission development within the requirements of cost-neutral operations and other statutory requirements relative to the Commonwealth's medical and adult use cannabis programs. This is a continuation of last year's goal relative to just having a 5-year strategic plan for our operations. I think a number of you have alluded to the fact that we have built and are building an agency. It's important that when we do that, we are mindful of a strategic objective. Where are we going? Where we'd like to go? But also that we do it within the confines of our statute, which requires us to be cost neutral.
Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Mr. Executive Director, it says continue to develop and begin implementation. Do we have this on paper?
I have a draft of it on paper, which the next phase of that would be to engage commissioners.
Okay.
So this has been, when I say I have a draft, it's because of our operations chief operating officer, Alyssa Stack, has played a leadership role in developing it. So beginning implementation, a key aspect of that is engaging commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, so now what do we do?
So again, as I mentioned at the outset, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to present this to you. I obviously am grateful for the conversation. I take nothing for granted. These are not goals that I've implemented or begun to implement. It's really for your consideration. If it meets with your approval and you feel comfortable it's certainly an opportunity to vote. If you had, I guess I braced for if there was significant feedback or if you wanted to shred a number of them or add a dozen more, which I would not advocate for, you had that opportunity. This is your right. And so obviously I serve at your pleasure, and I want to make sure that you have an opportunity to opine on what my goals are. So again, if commissioners are comfortable, a vote would certainly be appropriate. If you felt as though you needed more time, you have that. It's really at your will, what you'd like to do next.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, and thank you, Executive Director. Again, to kind of give this goal setting process a little bit of context. And I'm happy that where we find ourselves over the last 2 years that we moved. And again, this is just dependent on the life cycle of the commission. There was a lot of what I'd define as task-oriented goals early on. I think where the agency finds itself in its maturity is allowing the executive director to set more broad goals. And once we approve these goals, then each department, the goals kind of cascade down through each department. Each department, figures out how they're going to contribute to the success or what strategies they and their team need to undertake to help accomplish these goals. So short of, a couple, a spelling error, I feel comfortable with the goals and would be happy at the right time to make a motion to endorse them, but I don't know.
Any questions, Commissioner Camargo?
No, I think what he's afraid of is, I was going to say, I think what he's afraid of is in the past, we've just added and added and added, and they've become tasks. So I think this is a new beginning for you. But I don't have any other thoughts. I just appreciate it. I know you're very reflective. I know you've been thinking about your time here and, how to get better at everything that you do and continue to do what you do. I said it earlier today. I know you don't sleep at times, and we have a lot of space in your brain. So I appreciate you, and I know it's a lot, but like I always say to you and you say to me, welcome to leadership, right? So
I'm comfortable because I think that you've said it right, because I am actually very task oriented. And, I think it's sort of hard for us to, when we have to make an opinion as to whether or not these goals have been met, it's work collaboratively. So I don't know. I mean, how do I judge that? Do I ask the individual staff people? Is it just how you treated me? I only get to see 1/5 of a lot of what it is you do. So this is why I'm actually more comfortable with the sort of task related things. But it sounds like as you state goals for actual accomplishments, that my interest in having task related will be met at another level. So I can.
And if I can add, as we made this shift, there was conversation of what is that level of measurement?
Yeah.
And I'll reiterate it again. I think it becomes the ED's responsibility to say, well, goal 2, here's the litany of things I do that I think are addressing goal number 2.
I just worry about litany, that we look at litany later and what's litany now. You know what I mean? I just, if there's a litany, I'd like to know what that litany is before it happens. So as long as it's going to be some litany, Camargo and then Roy, sorry.
we also talked about 360s, and I know that we're not doing them this go about. And I think that in the beginning, it was hard for us to evaluate Sean because we're the only ones talking to him. We're not seeing everything. And but I think we had talked about it last year. It didn't happen this year, but I think for next year and also for future executive directors and leadership on this team, right? There should be, 360 reviews. So I think that's part of.
And just to add to that, I talked about that when we talked about the ED's assessment last month. We actually have, somebody from corporate HR world now who's joined our team who I want to think through that plan or think through some of those ideas as we get ready to 12 months from now do this again. So
okay, thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Executive Director, not only for these goals, but for your leadership. It's greatly appreciated. And in regards to going granular with tasks, and I am task oriented as well. But I think you've said this before. where these may sit at a high level, they cascade down to your 5 direct reports and the department heads as tasks, right? They're converted into tasks. I think as commissioners, it would be helpful for us and to evaluate you is at some point, if you could share how these are converted into tasks to your direct reports. And then if they are executed, then we can say we've achieved the tasks. I think that would, because they do get converted, right, into tasks for your direct reports and for their teams. And we thank, all of our staff for their hard work. I think that's a way to turn it from high level to granular for us and to see those. So I don't know, not to give you, I feel like I always give you slides and work, and I'm sorry for that. But I think that would be helpful for us at some point.
Madam Chair.
Yes, and if I could just say, I grew up using typewriters. So typos are something that I had to live under. And when I worked for Congressman Bolin, you got to use special paper with a gold embossment on top of it. So just understand, this is like a tick that I have. I have actually found typos in 50-page contracts for my financial advisor. So anyway, I apologize.
Please don't. I apologize for the.
It's just you've never grown up using a typewriter.
Notice that one of the goals was not to produce error-free work.
I didn't, and you know that our stand is do not let the perfect be the enemy of the perfectly good, so.
No, I'm sure many of our team are getting a kick out of my
Sorry.
typo. I will fess up to it. It is my typo and my mistake.
But it also could be my version that I have.
No, it's the goal.
Motion to move.
All right, sorry.
If I may just respond to some of the points that have been made, though, Commissioner Roy, I think specifically to your point of the tasks cascading into the different departments, that is an exercise that I think is really important. There's 2 audiences that I see in our goals, and I'm not one of them. First and foremost is that you as commissioners see in these goals your priorities, and that is important to me. My hope is that when you got these, as you review them, as I spoke with you about them, that you saw in response conversations that you've had with me, and that these goals, again, reflect the priorities that you've set out. Similarly, my hope is that each of our departments see in some way in each of the 6 goals, how they may contribute to them. And that's the objective that I bring, is that when these now cascade, each department has plenty of work to do based on these goals. And that's my objective. So I think, Commissioner Roy, to your point, to your question, as that exercise gets underway, I'm happy to return to the commission and demonstrate what those tasks become. And ultimately too, and I think this is where I complimented Commissioner Stebbins on process earlier, is that during my mid-year update, you must see progress and see those specific tasks. And it gives you and me an opportunity to say, the world has changed, and therefore we should look at these goals and perhaps readjust or adjust them, period. Or we're on track, or frankly, I need to reset expectations. That I may not achieve some of these goals, but here's my excuse as to why. So, but again, the most important part for me was that our staff see themselves in these goals, but that you do as well.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this? Because I'm happy to entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Camargo, it's been moved by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
Stebbins?
Aye.
Brian votes aye. The vote is 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And now we are moving on to the periodic review of executive session minutes. And is that Sabiel up there? There we go. Sabiel, you're up.
Sabiel.
So good afternoon, commissioners. Today I'll be presenting legal's recommendation, excuse me, on the periodic review of executive session minutes. Before getting started, I just want to note the work and leadership of our general counsel, Christine Bailey, as we worked together to review and develop these recommendations for the commission, including the memo circulated in advance of the public meeting. So as part of the commission's triennial review process of executive session minutes, the legal department reviewed the universe of minutes not previously disclosed to the public. Based on our review, we recommend that the universe, or 11 sets of minutes to be exact, continue to be withheld because the purpose of the executive sessions remain in effect. So to elaborate, We recommend that both the October 8th, 2020 and November 19th, 2020 minutes be withheld as the commission entered into executive session under purpose 7 of the open meeting law to discuss matters related to a second amended protective order entered in a federal criminal case. As a protective order is still in effect, we recommend that the commission continue to withhold the minutes as they address matters subject to it. Further, the commission entered into executive session 9 times under purpose 9 of the open meeting law, which allows it to meet or confer with the mediator. We recommend that the 9 sets of minutes related to the governance project continue to be withheld as a development of a governance charter is still in process and the work with the mediator remains ongoing. And therefore, there is a continuing basis for withholding these minutes. Lastly, if the commission accepts our recommendation related to the universe of minutes not previously disclosed, there will not be a need to vote on executive session minutes at the February meeting, as we're recommending that the universe of minutes be withheld. Under our current process, legal will come back in again in May and then again in September with a subsequent recommendation related to the executive session minutes. So with that, commissioners, thank you so much for your time and attention, and I now open it up for questions, if any.
I don't have any questions. Do any other commissioners have questions? So do we need to entertain a motion or we're just,
I think it's to withhold.
okay, so is that, so I'll entertain a motion to follow the recommendation of the legal staff to withhold some of these executive session minutes. And do we have do I need to do this to a time certain or just how do I need to word this motion? I guess I should probably
So they would,
ask the council about this.
fair enough. So I guess the motion would be to withhold the minutes as presented by Sabiel, those minutes that were specifically referenced. By default, if that is the wish of the commission, they would be withheld until the next review automatically. So they
Okay,
would.
so that's what I'm saying. I just don't know what like the Attorney General's office requires us to do
Sure.
in terms of,
So the
we
Attorney
can't hold
General's
it
office.
forever. We need
That's
to,
exactly right. The AGO's office requires a periodic evaluation and consideration of whether or not there is a sufficient or continued basis to withhold. And to Sabiel's point during his presentation, the commission does that now on a triannual basis, so three times annually. So next time I think he said would be May.
so then I will entertain a motion to follow the recommendation of the legal team to hold the currently available executive session minutes until our next triennial review. I said it. Would you
I'll move it.
move it?
I'll move.
Would you second that?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Stebbins moves, Commissioner Stebbins seconds it. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Commissioner Roy seconded.
Yeah.
Oh, did I sometime?
Yep.
Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The record reflect the motion has been adopted, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Okay, now we are moving on to.
Thanks, Fabio.
Thank you.
Yes, okay, we're all set. Thank you so much, Savio. Now we are moving on to job description for a proposed position of Deputy Executive Director. Do we want to take that first, or do you want to go to the Microsoft Dynamics? Which would you like? to
We
pick
can
up
take them in
first?
order. That should be fine. So deputy should be fine.
Okay.
Thank you again, commissioners. I guess as we round out today's meeting, I don't want to certainly gloss over this role. I think it is a significant development. Obviously, it might also be, I could probably find a way to cling this to one of the goals you just adopt. So that's convenient, assuming again that it might meet with your approval. That said, as I mentioned at the last public meeting, one of the things that I've endeavored to do in my own maturation here at this agency, not to mention the agency's growth, is to be self-aware about capacity, to be self-aware about ability, and a number of things have come up as we've grown as an agency and matured as an agency, which is how we make decisions and how we occupy and how, I guess, occupy our respective roles and how we function. I recall fondly our growth as an agency where the number of employees could fit inside of a nice, tight conference room. We could make decisions very easily and also in a very democratic way. As we've grown now to over 100 employees, it's important that I evolve but also that I continue to be responsive to you as commissioners and find ways to make sure that the communication and support and frankly, the process around agency is as seamless, but also as inclusive as possible. And one of the things that I've been exploring and thinking through is the need, obviously, to think about structure and to think about how decisions get made, but also how communication occurs, how collaboration occurs. And I think all of you have identified on a number of occasions. I do take it as a compliment, whether you intend it that way or not, is if I'm your traffic cop, I'm one person you must all work through. But similarly, as our agency grows, as our departments expand, I'm also their traffic cop, and as far as information up into and through you. And so it's important that in that capacity, at this point, I have 5 direct reports as far as the roles are concerned. At one point, I think I had 11 or 12. So obviously there's been evolution historically. It's important that, especially too, and I should note, as we go into a regulatory process, that bandwidth be considered. And so obviously the role of a deputy executive director would be selfishly helpful to me. Hopefully you see it in a presentation context that's helpful to you. Specifically, they'd be responsible for assisting me as well as other members of our leadership team with strategic planning, with management, et cetera, serving as a liaison to commissioners. Again, it's important that you, by no means is this an effort to put someone between you and I, but also to give you additional access to information and people. I noted during my quick review here, Madam Chair, that one of the tasks or essential functions that they ensure there's that we consistently produce high quality work. So it's something, free of typos, for instance, would be nice. So they could be a check or a spell check for me. That would be great. Again, I propose this description to you in part as vision. I want to make sure that we continue to grow as an agency and mature as an agency, but also hopefully in response to some self-reflection that I've done around just individual capacity and bandwidth and how I need to mature alongside the agency. And it fits with another theme around succession planning and making sure that delegation is possible, that things don't depend on any one specific person. So any of us could leave this station today and get hit by a train or a bus. So it's important that we have in place systems that allow for business continuity. So again, I'm happy to take any questions you may have, but I also appreciate your consideration of this role.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I'm very supportive of this role. I think it is needed. I just have 2 questions for you. When do you plan on posting this position? And number 2, what role will commissioners play in the selection process?
It would be my intention to, pursue this role aggressively. So obviously working alongside Justin Schrader, our Director of HR. So I'd want to, begin that process right away.
That would be on like mass.gov, like on the, okay.
And then secondly, as far as the role commissioners would play, a lot of our senior leadership roles have had a significant amount of commissioner involvement, whether it be on hiring panels, interview panels, et cetera, and that would be my vision here as well.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I probably have a couple more questions, if I can share those. To me, there would be a goal that if you're hiring a deputy, and number 2, somebody who's kind of keeps the trains running on time in your absence, as well as helps you with the overall management of the organization. Are there specifically, and again, thinking what the intention of this position is there some things that you are hoping to, I don't want to say shred, but hand off, some responsibilities that you currently have that you're trying to pass along to somebody else to be strictly responsible or focused on them?
I'll note that that process is not limited or isolated to this position. So a lot of decisions that I make today, or things that come to me as a decision today, can also be delegated to our existing leadership structure. So for instance, we have a chief operating officer, we have a chief of investigations and enforcement. I want to work collaboratively with them, and so I guess this role would fit into that. There's not a specific task I could say at this point, I guess. It's also that would fall to this role. I think it might be person or individual dependent. as far as what skill set are they bringing that might allow for an organizational structure consideration. So delegation is a kind of a theme of the close of 2022 and the dawn of 2023 for me personally.
Okay.
I realize that may not be directly responsive, but
Okay. I'll just run through the other questions that I have. This is under essential functions and responsibilities. So the third bullet up from the bottom of that list, under your direction, the guidance of communications, how do you envision this person also acting as a spokesperson for the agency, communicating the commission's mission?
so here again too, is I think that it's this is also kind of governance dependent as well. So I want to be sensitive to that. Which is an unfinished or incomplete project. So, and I would argue once adopted as policy would trump any existing job description. Here, it's again trying to broaden those that might be in the mix for something. So, for instance, if I was unavailable or not prepared, for instance, then there would be an opportunity for this individual to step in, but not delegating much beyond or below that. So I know, for instance, at this point where there's a communications inquiry, they work to consider commissioners, myself, et cetera. This would be someone that could be in that roster as well.
Okay. I appreciate that. That might have just generated another question, but I'll move on to the next bullet. Help me envision the bullet right below it, coordinating with communications I&E to ensure relevant information is disseminated to the public, including equity participants, patients, licensees, government officials. That, to me, envisions a job that's kind of touching or even potentially intruding into communications department and their government policy work and social equity work, but help me understand that one a little bit better.
I guess I wish you hadn't used the word intrude, because that is obviously a perspective that might be adopted by some, but I wouldn't intend for it to be in that dynamic. Yeah, no, but I think that's an important point is, I guess word of the day is collaboration. And one of the things that in watching the agency develop, one of the things that obviously has been an issue, an emerging issue, but also something that I continue to work, and I appreciate the collaboration, frankly, amongst the various departments, is the information that's pertinent and relevant to the public relative to the work that we do here. And there needs to be a high level of coordination, but it's often a very healthy, robust discussion, debate around what can we say and when can we say it. And what I find is that in that collaboration, there's a lot of real value and expertise that gets brought, but it's from different perspectives. And so the communications team next to our investigations and enforcement team, there may not be alignment. There might be I'm comfortable saying this, but not that. And I think this person can serve a valuable role in pulling teams together. And in my absence, or again, giving me that bandwidth, right now it's something that often falls to me, is the coordination of that effort. And again, it's always been met with a receptive audience. It's just a matter of, does that require my attention, or is that something that can be delegated to a deputy? So again, I'm loath to keep answering with long answers because it may generate additional questions.
Not hoping you'll do that. Another two more questions. I know prior to this group of commissioners' arrival, the commission did in fact employ a chief of staff.
Yeah.
That position was vacated, I think, shortly before Commissioner Camargo and I arrived. That position has not been filled. Is this, for historical perspective, was the chief of staff's responsibilities similar to these, or how might you say they were different or alike even?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I would say philosophically for me, there's a lot of similarity and overlap historically with the role of a chief of staff. And I would also argue, I think, traditionally this role could be viewed much like that of a chief of staff, except for The chief of staff is often identified or tied to the individual. So that person, there's not in a possessive way, it's my chief of staff.
Right.
Here, I think there's an operational component to that is thinking about leadership structure. And so the chief of staff tends to serve, and I guess I'm looking at it through my own individual lens. When I was a chief of staff, I obviously had allegiance to the principal, and that's where I worked for him, for instance. And in doing that, that was my loyalty. Here, the loyalty I would expect would be to the agency, and there would be direct functions that may expand beyond what a chief of staff would traditionally do. But I think, again, it's really serving that capacity to make sure that there's, I guess, the functional equivalent of operations and things tasks getting done, but then also someone that can serve as an advisor as well. So it's kind of a merger of those two for me.
All right. You did generate one more question, but I'll move quickly. Under your education and experience, you're looking for somebody that's regulatory agency or other or other regulatory compliance experience. Are you amenable to understanding that might be a very small population of folks? Are you at least willing to entertain that resume or that application language saying preferred?
Sure.
Yeah,
Or-
exactly. Can I take, that's exactly my position, because I think preferred is generally, you know what I mean? If you, I think you could potentially lose some excellent candidates if it's required. And I've seen different, it's preferred, like advanced degree preferred, right? You don't have to have an advanced, so. I'm just trying to think about voting on this, but if there are some tweaks to the description, I'm trying to sort of think about how to move this along, but also go ahead, Commissioner Roy, I interrupted you. So
Yeah,
you were-
thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question. So knowing that we correct to preferred in whatever edits we make to today, and it's posted for X amount of days, and then there's the interview process. I have two questions. When do you foresee this person like starting March, April, and what will their role be as we draft and we do the regulations? Can you share with us your vision for this person, how they work with commissioners and staff during the regulation process?
I guess the start date would be dependent upon the right candidate, the process, and so ensuring posting, interview. The interview process will take as long as it takes. I think we need to identify the right candidate. So I don't want to commit to a timeline and then race to the finish.
Right.
And end up potentially sacrificing that individual's arrival or the right individual arriving. As far as the regulatory process, frankly, I think the regulatory process speaks to where this role would be handy today, ultimately, right? So I think I would want them to plug in to the extent that they're able, but also bearing in mind that there may be a need to onboard and introduce oneself. And I think Commissioner Stebbins, to your point, the switch to preferred, I think, is perfectly appropriate, and I have I'm not wed to that language as far as, so I'm not sticking that that's a critical. It would be helpful, obviously, some perspective on what a regulatory agency does, but I think that's preferred speaks to that expectation.
I've just meant, I think, Chair, to pick up on your comment, we just don't want to limit ourselves and how big a net we cast to find the right person.
Or have someone self-disqualified and not apply, ultimately. So never mind disqualify.
Not going to apply, or at least not have an opportunity to explain, what my experience might align with that. Thinking through, just real quickly, thinking through the work that we're doing in governance, do you see creating and filling this position align, and I know we can't go into detail because it's protected, but at least align with how we're approaching an eventual governance charter? How does this, it can be a simple yes and no. Does this fit with your expectations for what that governance charter is going to look like? Does it align from the conversations that we've had?
Yes.
Answer.
A few times I asked you to be brief.
You said it could be a simple yes or no.
Good,
I-
good.
Yeah, I tried to get a lawyer.
And you all permit me one last question. Because there's a lot of interaction with many of your current direct reports, have they seen this description and provided you any feedback as you put it together?
So I can confirm with you, I've had a conversation with each of the direct reports. I don't want to be possessive about that. As far as viewing or evaluating the description, that's been generally limited to HR, the chief operating officer. So I wanted to make sure I built it or wrote it through that lens, but I have had a conversation with each of the direct reports. And I think that's out of courtesy to them, out of respect for them, but I think also consistent with sharing that vision. You're looking at me in a way that suggests there might be another question.
No, I'm listening.
All right.
His speaker's not working anymore. We've
The benefit
blown
of
through
being
the
in person is
batteries.
I can read body language.
All of those prolific things.
Talking so much.
Let this be an indication that lengthy meetings take a toll on battery life. Thank you.
I say plastic.
Thank you,
I
Paul.
say batteries.
So I guess returning to your question, Commissioner Stebbins, I've had those conversations with our direct reports, in part one, to share the vision, also I think as a courtesy and out of respect for them and the work that they do here, but also to make sure that there's a continuing and sustained dialogue about structure, a sustained dialogue about roles, responsibilities, et cetera. I do realize that the creation of such a role could bring disruption as well. I want to mitigate or minimize that as much as I may, but I also realize that, to be honest, I think as the organization grows, disruption may be necessary and it may be healthy. And that's where I think that dialogue and that tension is productive. It's a matter of just wanting to be direct and honest with our staff about what I think a vision is, but I also need to present it to you to make sure it's a shared vision. And that's something I respect as well.
I just want to point out, I used the word intrude. You went full on into disruption. So
Yeah.
just make that note.
That's a very techie disruption, isn't it?
It is a disruptor, I recommend. So are there any, Commissioner Camargo? Yeah. Mic works. So Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for those questions. I think mine were in line with yours. And Commissioner Roy, thank you as well for yours, because I feel like we had similar questions. Sean, this is, I guess, more of a comment, but also like big picture. This is a big deal. I know that there was a chief of staff in the past, and that was where you guys were building, the agency. And I know that it sounds from your answer to Commissioner Stebbins that this is not a chief of staff role. This is a deputy ED, which is completely, I think, different. And having kind of been through this process myself at another agency, it's really hard to delegate and divide. So I hope that, we've thought this through, you've thought it through. I know you've had conversations, you said, with your leadership team. But also I know that we're going to have to be patient with you, because this implementation phase is going to be different for you in terms of how do you do this? How does it actually work? I remember when we first got here, the org chart, you were just changing things and all that good stuff. So I'm excited to see it. I've been talking about succession planning since day one for the organization. And you can't do everything by yourself in this place, even though you tried. But I think that this is a key time to do it. And I appreciate the, bring it to the commission and us being able to discuss it and be part of it. So thank you.
I have no questions. If anybody has any further comments, I will entertain a motion to support the addition of this job description and to allow the executive director to move forward to seek to fill this position. Commissioner Roy, would you like to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, would you like to second that?
Second.
Right.
And can I just amend the motion slightly, because we know there are some changes that he's going to go back and do to the job description itself.
Would you like to further amend the
Sure.
motion?
Offer
Our little Robert's rule there is whatever.
friendly amendment to the motion that
Move to amend.
move to amend the motion to include allowing the executive director to move forward and post this position and make any and all necessary changes to the job description prior to posting.
Okay, do I hear a second? On
Second.
the further amendment? Okay.
Second.
So now we will take a roll call on the further amendment. Commissioner Camargo?
I just want to say something. I want to clear something for the record. I said, my comments around succession planning are also about the organizational growth.
Mhm.
Like sometimes people think succession planning, they think someone's leaving. So I want to just clear that. Because I looked, I looked right at you and I said, succession planning. So I just wanted to clear that because I either felt your energy or caught myself. But I've been talking since the beginning. Yeah, since the beginning, I've been talking about strategic planning and strategic thinking around the agency. So I just wanted to clear that, Sean. And
So we're
My
taking,
vote,
we're
yeah.
taking a roll call on the
Yeah.
further amendment of the motion.
yes,
Commissioner Camargo?
yes, aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Bryant. So the amendment has been further moved. Now we are at the main motion. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Bryant. The vote, the motion carries 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Now we're moving to the next position on Microsoft Dynamics Administrator Developer.
I have lots of questions on this one.
Pause in the room, it's perfect.
No, that's all right. This will be.
We need one.
Your share. Yeah, I won't share germs. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will hopefully be brief, although there may be questions. You never know. This is a new role for the agency as well. It's the title is the Microsoft Dynamics Administrator Developer. It falls in our IT team. Let me clarify the format of our description. This is a kind of a new implementation phase relative to the work that our HR staff has done relative to job classification, et cetera. And so this is future roles you'll see come in this format. All of our existing roles will be evolved into this format as well. So I'm also excited to see the advancing of that effort. And obviously there'll be more to come as far as the roll-up related to that. That said, our Microsoft Dynamics team or project, I should say, our software is something that we may have implemented over the course. It initiated during COVID. It might have been like a 6-week implementation or so, but it is really a powerful backbone for our work here. A lot of our staff are inputting information into Dynamics. At the same time, it's something that needs to be responsive to our needs. And we've had the benefit of vendors and contractors to come in and help us. But if we're going to truly live with this system, it's important that the skill set be here internally. I want to obviously compliment the work of Paul Clark, our Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, and his team. They've managed those vendors, but at the same time, that's a project unto itself and making sure that they're timely. And you heard a little bit today from Adriana about the invoices, et cetera. Here, again, the need exists. The workload is going to be there. Our team is dependent on it, and having someone in-house as a resource, I think is going to be incredibly valuable. So that's the vision behind this. Obviously, I'm happy to support Paul and his team and the growth of that team, but also the beneficiaries of this role are really going to be all of the users in that system and ensuring that it continues to be responsive and useful and that we can maximize that software for our use. And just for context, Dynamics really serves as a record system. It's where a lot of our communications go. And also, I think, Chair, to hopefully solicit your vote and support, it allows us to be responsive. It allows us to make sure that we can track responsiveness and also allows me or you or anyone to go in and within reason and make sure that, again, if an inquiry comes in, we can track that and make sure that anyone that speaks to them next knows the level of communication that has occurred. So again, it's a really valuable system and it's important that we continue to support it through this skill set.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Do you want to get into, I mean, I think we don't need to get into the details of the job, but I think that you've given us the high level points on why it's important. Commissioner Roy, you have an issue?
I just want to take this opportunity to thank Paul, and Director Clark and his team, because they are incredibly responsive. Anytime I've personally had an issue, they're amazing. And whether it's giving me as a commissioner or my fellow commissioners extra direction around using a platform, or we're having IT troubles, or my computer crashes the morning of public meeting, they've been incredible. And I just want to say thank you. And I'm fully supportive, and this seems like this will be a nice complement in addition to your team, that you can direct your energies in other areas if someone can man this ship, right? Is that, so I just want to thank all your team and you for all that you do, because without IT, this place doesn't function. So thank you so much.
So unless anyone else has a comment, because we're at about 4:16 right now. I will take
Ditto, Commissioner Roy.
momentum of your enthusiasm and ask you to make a motion to
Yes.
support.
So
the
moved.
Request. Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that? Take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It is voted unanimously, 4 in favor, none opposed. Now we get to new business not anticipate at the time of posting. Anything anyone needs to raise at this point? Hearing none. Next meeting date. What is it? Oh, there it is. The next meeting date is February 9th, 2023. Again, we will be meeting together in person. We are still trying to work our way around how this becomes fully public, but reminding people, because I do know that there were some people who tried to get into the building today and were not fully public. We are moving towards that, but we are not fully public at this point in time. So we will be meeting together, and we are moving towards in 2023, making that more open to the public as we sort of move into the new year and deal with some of the sort of issues during the winter time with COVID. So anyway, I don't have anything else unless anyone else has a comment. Commissioner Camargo, I would accept a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Roy,
Second.
take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner votes aye. Again, 4-0, unanimous in favor of adjourning.
No restroom break in.